I've never liked Tevin. I want to point that out right from the beginning. I don't know why I threw that out. That's not I would.
I thought you were going to say Queen.
That too.
I was like, yes, let's start trashing Queen right off the start.
That was the conversation right up until the mics went on, and then he flipped it straight onto you.
You know what the problem is with that? The problem I have with Queen is I can't sing that high. So if I'm trying to sing along with their song, I can go, indeed, I can't get that high.
Like it almost sounds like you're doing a voice.
Yeah,
exactly. Like a little, was it a falsetto?
Yeah. You're doing your Sid Hartman voice if you're trying to do it.
Let me tell you something. I've been a member of Queen now. I gave up the Star Tribune. God, I miss Sidney. He's been dead now for a couple of years. Died on October 18th, 2 years ago?
Yeah, it still feels like just yesterday.
I know. My brother died 3 days earlier.
And because he was
death lately.
Yeah, he was like a mythical creature. I'd never met him, but everybody knew who he was.
Sidney.
So yeah, very sad.
Please tell you something. Why aren't you playing sports? You guys play sports. Being around Sidney was the greatest of all time. I had lunch one time at the Lincoln Dell with Sid Hartman and the lead singer of God damn it, who was it again?
I thought you were going to say Queen.
So it wasn't Queen. It was Jesus.
Freddie Mercury.
I want to rock and roll. Kiss.
Oh, you mean Gene Simmons?
Gene Simmons.
Yeah.
Gene Simmons, Sid, and I had lunch at the Lincoln Dell.
Why?
I don't know.
When I first filled in on this show, like a while ago, when you were still down in Florida, it was just the 1 week. I remember that's the one story has stuck with me because it's the most unlikely trio.
I know.
It's like you Sid Hartman, it's fine, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, Gene Simmons.
Right. Like, was he at the wrong table? Like, it's like you threw darts at a dartboard.
He said, "Hey, you want to have some lunch?" I said, "I'm having lunch with a local sports board." He goes, "Oh, that'd be great." So the three, and Sid's, of course, like, why is your hair like that?
Right.
Sid had no idea who the hell he was.
Why is your tongue so
and
long?
Because you with either one of them on your own is like, okay, it makes sense. Like, you used to wear your Capitol Records. I'm sure you cross paths with Gene Simmons. And like, okay, yeah, Sid Hartman and you, both Twin Cities local legends. Makes sense, but all three of you together, it's like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
My favorite Gene Simmons story is the desk story. You know that story, don't you?
I don't think so.
Mm-mm. You don't know that story?
Nope.
Oh, Kiss used to come into the old Q all the time, and they show up one time, and Gene would come in. You know, Gene's a big guy.
Yeah,
Gene's like 6'2", probably about 230, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big fella. He's not fat or anything. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
So he comes in. And we're going to meet in John Lassman's office, which is about half the size. Yeah. It's 10 by 10, maybe it was.
Mm-hmm.
So they come, and there's nowhere else to sit. So Gene Simmons decides to sit on the desk. It was one of those kinds of desks that were attached to the wall and had no legs. Mm-hmm. It wasn't attached to the wall very long, I'll tell you that. As soon as Simmons sat down, I was like, crash! Oh my God. That was, boy, what a time in life that was. And I got to tell you guys again, because I ran into a bunch of people again yesterday. I don't know how we don't have a 99 share, because everybody I run into now shows me, look, I got the app, I'm listening, which is great news, I think. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's having good job, because I'm sure that's all you.
I'll take the credit.
They said, I listen except for Tevin. That's the one thing they always say.
There's an option in the app to just mute whichever person you're tired of hearing.
I'm glad we've got that worked out, because I asked Mike Weber to figure that out over at the Hubbard offices. And so he said the biggest request was the Britney mute button. So
yeah, well,
he said after that, it was like, okay, now Tevin was second most requested.
By the way, that was from GoGo. Hey, could you mute my mother? That'd be great if you could do that.
Please.
Okay, here's the deal with the weather. This is that forecast, that last week of October forecast. It happens every year. I know that because my birthday is 2 weeks from today, so I always see this coming. Today, warm with some sunshine this morning, and then developing showers and possible thunderstorms, a high of 64. Tonight, lingering showers and thunderstorms, a low of 52. On Wednesday, mostly cloudy and mild, a high of 60. Rain likely overnight. Then Thursday, occasional rain, 63. On Thursday now. Friday, so Thursday, high of 63. Friday, a high of 46. Saturday, a high of 40. Sunday, a high of 39. Here it comes, baby. That's a Minnesota thing, though, isn't it?
Yep. And it's the worst because you can just see it coming.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just like, this is depressing.
I will never forget that 3 feet of snow on Halloween. No, what was that, about 30 years ago, 32
I think it was
years
at the
ago?
92, 93 Halloween, I think. Something like that.
30 years ago already.
Because, I was like 1 year old when it happened.
-5.
Yeah, you were -5.
Yeah.
I was plus a few more than that, but right now it is cloudy and 53, but later on today, some sun this morning, high of 64, then maybe some showers developing later on today. But the weather's going to drop like a rock in the next 7 days. There's no question about it. There's no getting around it. So stop arguing, right?
Yes.
Right.
There's some really good stories you guys put up this morning, so I don't know where to start because there are a lot of good ones. You know what I mean? We talked about the safest states in America. What was it yesterday? It wasn't the safest state in America.
It was less stressful.
Less stressful.
I was
Less
listening on the way home, and I figured,
Yep.
okay, maybe you want to dip back in the pool of just like state rankings, and they came out with a new list that is the safest. So I know there's probably some correlation there, but
what was it? Less stressful?
Yeah,
That's
the least stressful. So like if you live in Wyoming, it's just not a care in the world.
No, it was here though. They said here was the most stress-free place. You've never been around a Minnesota, have you?
No,
they are so stress-producing. I would say Minnesotans, not all of them, but about half of them are the most stress-producing people I've ever met.
Yeah, and especially in the metro area. I'm sure once you get like outside, like you go to like Duluth or something where it's like a slower pace of life, or you get out into like farm country somewhere, a lot less stress. But as far as in the Minneapolis, it's chaos.
Indeed. But in any case, we just slog through. We move forward because we're such happy people. Is that why we do it?
It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
And it's the only option you have is to keep pushing through.
I agree. No question about it. Okay, so we should go with the safest states in America because we've got some sports coming up. We are going to be talking about the Vikings because that was a win I did not see coming, man.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Like it was.
How you doing your dear?
That was a game.
Unbelievable.
It wasn't pretty, but I was nervous down the stretch, and we'll have Judd on here relatively soon, but I was so nervous because the worst thing would be like a close loss for them yesterday. Because everybody's like, we can still compete. That's a really good team, blah, blah, blah. If you lose close, you don't move anything. You either need to get blown out and sell, or you win, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, maybe the season's back on track. So, it was a win.
Yep.
Looking at it from a 20 year, even 10 years ago perspective, a lot of what they do now would have been called interference. They're constantly grabbing people. You can't do that.
No, and there were a couple missed ones, but
they
were. It was definitely a very physical game.
I did not. Did you see them winning that game?
No, I thought we were going to get blown out.
I did too.
Like, I was like, this is a friend had texted me during the show yesterday. I was like, hey, I have an extra ticket. Do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, I'll come watch them get blown out, probably leave by halftime. And then the first drive, the interception that Kirk throws, I was like, yep, here it comes. Like, this is it.
Oh, yeah.
And then, they obviously won the game. And it was so many 49er fans in the crowd.
Why don't I ever get those calls? Say, Tom, I've got an extra ticket and I'd like to bring you to the game. Calls I get are, hey, Tom, could you buy me 6 tickets to the Vikings game?
Didn't Josh Arnold take you to like 6 Twins games during the playoffs?
Went to one. Well, he and I, he took me to one, and then he and I shared the other one. And then, because Catherine and I went to 4 sporting events in the last month, and we lost 3 of them.
Yes, maybe it's good that you stay away from the Vikings.
So
stay home.
Just get away from us and leave us alone. There's no doubt about it. I know Judd's going to be up in like 1 minute. Oh, Judd's up now, as a matter of fact.
Judd's up now.
Got some questions for Judd.
Does that say Park Tavern on that hat?
Yeah, how'd you know?
You booze hound.
Oh, Park Tavern's one of my favorites.
I love it.
It's right by me.
Great establishment.
Yep.
Remember, it used to be right on Minnetonka Boulevard?
I didn't. Phil and Cheryl told me about it.
Yeah.
I did not remember that, which is funny because I mean, I'm sure I had passed it as a kid several times. But I guess it's a vacant lot that's a bus stop now.
Yeah, it's a parking lot bus stop now. Yep.
Yeah.
But right there in the corner.
But they got their hands on a pretty nice spot considering the size of the current location. So
it's rather large, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think?
It's a great place to also watch a game.
No, did you watch it there last night?
No, I was actually in the stadium with all of the with all of the San Francisco fans as well.
It was ridiculous. There were at one point, as like you kind of the Vikings offense kind of stalled, and you can feel the momentum getting shifting back to the 49ers, and you just get a "Let's go Niners" chant that starts in the like it was deafening loud in there for the San Francisco 49ers at times.
So Judd, we'll start over from square one. Not one person in this building right now thought we were going to win that game yesterday.
Yeah, and not one person on the show right now thought that either. So don't look at me for like, I saw this coming. I could feel it. I thought that they were, I don't know that I thought they were going to get blown out. I just didn't see a path to victory in this case.
Yep. I agree with you 100%. You know, Tevin brought it up. So that first interception is like, oh, here we go. But it wasn't here we go. Why did that? Because San Francisco was 5-1. We were 2-4, correct?
Yes.
You'd assume that maybe you wouldn't win that game, but what happened?
Well, first of all, you know, it's funny, but in consuming the games on Sunday, you're reminded, and you can call it parody, or you can call it what I do, which is I think it's far more mediocrity. But this league is just so weird, and there's so few like dominant teams, and you know, actually, San Francisco is a really good team, but they were, as the Vikings were without Justin Jefferson. They were without Deebo Samuel, who I think would have made a big difference because he is an offensive catalyst for them. I was pleasantly surprised how the Vikings picked apart the San Francisco defense in the passing game. But you know what the other weird thing about Kirk is? Feels to me like, and this isn't going to make a ton of sense, I don't think, but you know, when Kirk feels like the pressure is off him, like when people expect nothing of him or probably more importantly his team, he thrives. Like last night he was brilliant. He's thrives.
He's like Tom Brady when he feels like, oh, if we lose, everybody expects it.
Exactly. It is just an absolutely, but I mean, it's a pretty consistent thing. But that was a fun game. That's, you know what, I've seen a lot of crappy games, and the one they played last week against the Bears, they won, was just awful, unwatchable. But this one was a lot of fun to watch too.
You know what's so great, and this is why I'm madly in love with this woman that I'm married to for the last 40 years, known her for 43 years. I was not going to watch the Vikings game last night because I'm like, oh, God, San Francisco will blow them out. Well, I don't even want to watch it. Catherine, we're watching the game, damn it. So she made me watch the game last night, which turns out to be a great move.
You see, that's why it's just like with Dawn. They're always smarter than us.
Yeah, they are. It's pretty hard to deny that, by the way. Yeah, she was all about watching that game last. I don't know how the hell what she saw coming or whatever, but she wanted to watch that game, and we watched it from beginning to end last night.
Yeah. Judd, can we, like, as a Vikings team, agree that we're never going to run the tush push again?
Oh my God, that was such a bad
attempts.
That was such a bad call. Why? What are you doing? Like Philadelphia center, Jason Kelce, who's obviously Travis Kelce's brother. That guy, he is tremendous. Like he gets so low, and he's fantastic. Jalen Hurts has about as strong a legs as you can possibly have. What these teams like the Vikings that think, well, we'll just copy that play. The Vikings don't have the center or the quarterback to run that play.
No.
I will tell you another thing. We were very Viking-like at the end of the game because we did miss that field goal. That was a very Viking thing to do.
I had a feeling like when I saw that field goal miss, which obviously didn't surprise me, I thought, are they really going to come back and score? Now, the thing about it that was nice was, and this is in the last couple of years, we can't say this much. I thought the defense played so well last night that I didn't think it was completely hopeless, but I did think to myself, that might be a Vikings omen that this is about to go south very quickly.
Yeah.
The defense, you know, Cam Bynum picked off 2 passes, and Brian Flores, who is their new coordinator on defense this season, has been absolutely fantastic because last year was such a cluster bleep, and that defense has been for what we expected. I think it's been really, really solid.
Wait a second. You can't use the word bleep on this show because last night on international television, our head coach said the real word. Did you see that?
No,
you
what
were at
happened?
the game.
Yeah,
What
what happened?
Go to the sideline. Did you see it, AJ?
Yeah, it was Judd. It was like the classic. They zoom in on a player, or like when they zoom in on Dean on the bench, and it's like people. Oh, he said darn. No, he did not say darn.
No, he didn't say. Literally, they're showing him.
They're just Ripley,
like,
Liberty.
Like I'm looking at the three of you now. You're looking at me. That was that close to the camera, and all of a sudden he goes, ah! And it was very clear what he was saying.
Yeah.
On international television, he's dropping the F-bomb. Whatever.
And that was the one that was like the most notable was they threw it and Kirk checked down. He checked down short of the sticks, and it was a third down. And he was clearly not happy with the read, so they cut right to him. He's like, "What the?"
That's exactly right. That was a terrible play. By the way. And by the way, Kurt, he does do that once in a while.
Oh yeah, the check does. Well, even his long touchdown to Addison where he ripped it out of the guy's hands. If Kirk would have just put some more air under the ball and threw it to the goalpost, Addison just runs underneath it for an easy touchdown. So there were some imperfections, but it felt like they were going our way more often than not, which is unusual to see.
Yes, and Jordan was fantastic last night. Addison's game, holy cow, he is legit. Like he is a hell of a player too.
Yeah, I think he's the third Vikings rookie to have 100 yards on Monday Night Football. It's him, Randy Moss, and Justin Jefferson. So yeah, not bad company to be.
Horrible company right there.
That's not too bad.
Not bad at all. But because I'm a boy from Minnesota who's been watching this team since I was 16 years old, when's the other shoe gonna drop? That's what they're sucking in again.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm back on board. We believe.
Yep. And the problem is now, so instead of being 2-5, they're 3-4. So now the trade deadline's October 31st, which is a week from Tuesday. So instead of being like, okay, you know what, we're probably not going to make noise. Let's make some trades. Let's get some collateral. Let's get some draft picks back. They're going to hang on to everybody. Now the schedule, 5 of their next 6 games are against teams with losing records.
Right.
So that's the good news. But this season's been so weird that I hesitate to get too excited and think that they're going to go on a run. But after what they showed last night, they better put together some good football, because if they don't, there's going to be a lot of guys who walk away potentially at the end of the season. Yeah. And you're going to have gotten nothing for them, because obviously now you're going to hang on to them.
I would think so. You know what's so weird about this? You were talking about them being 3-4, right? In 2 weeks, the season's half over already. It's like, Jesus, that went by fast. Isn't that amazing how that Viking season starts and all of a sudden you're 7 weeks in and what? It goes by very quick. That's why, to tell you the truth, I don't really understand how you could not be a football fan if you lived in Minnesota, because it kind of eases you into winter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kind of does. Oh, it's Vikings. I know it's supposed to be 39 on Monday for a high, but I'm going to ease into it with the NFL, so that's good.
Yep. And it starts when it's warm out, so it's still pleasant. But yeah, it is incredible how the season itself marks how quickly a year goes by. Because you're right, Tom. It's just like it's game after game after game, and it's like, hold on a second, they play once a week, but it feels like they're playing all the time. So that is true. But it's going to be, at least this makes it more fun to watch this season, I guess. That's the best thing I can say. At least last night, it's going to make it more entertaining. And hey, they play the Packers on Sunday, and I don't know if you guys caught any of the Packers Broncos game, but I don't think the Packers have another Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm going to go on a limb here.
No,
that's nice.
My favorite thing to do now, because when Jordan Love was drafted, I was all the Packer fans, and my group chat would say is, our third Hall of Fame quarterback. And so I found a list of 100 song titles that have love in the title of the song. And so whenever he has a bad game, I find like this one was like Love Hurts or something by Lady Gaga, and I just send it to the group chat. So that's my new guilty pleasure.
The only one that you can't use is All You Need Is Love, because that's definitely not been the case for the Packers.
No, they need a little more love.
Is there
less?
Or less.
Judd and everybody else, of course. Is there a team in your mind that is the best team in football right now?
I'd say the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that quarterback is just so good.
He's
And the
unbelievable.
Vikings had a chance here against them, too. They made too many mistakes, but I also think that quarterback is just so freaking good.
Well, I'm so happy because didn't he just sign like a $300 million contract?
He did sign, yeah.
Yeah, $300 million.
Mhm.
And luckily he's picking up some advertising and some endorsements too. So he's
Yeah.
making a few, but that guy must be making $500 million.
Are you
We
sure?
talked about his house.
in commercials.
You have, I
No.
bet you haven't. Yeah.
His house
Yep.
on that on
Yes.
the series that Netflix did on Mahomes, Cousins,
Yep.
and the Falcons QB.
This
The
is why we
Mahomes
would say
house-
his name.
Yeah. Well, nobody knows who he is. That's
Mariota.
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares?
The other
But
yeah, the other one.
the Mahomes house has, again, it's got like a golf hole, it's got a swim up bar, it's in Kansas City.
Did you ever know his dad?
I did not know his dad. I remember his dad well.
Great
Pitching for
guy.
the Twins.
Really nice.
Was he?
Guy. Yep.
Okay.
Very nice, man. So that's kind of a nice thing. I mean,
Mhm.
we weren't friends or anything, but I met him a couple times. Very pleasant, so that's good. So I got to believe that the junior is going to be pleasant throughout all this as he's becoming a billionaire.
Seems like a good guy. Now he's got a brother who's a complete jerk.
That's what I've heard.
Brain wreck. Like to the point where
Really?
like I can't confirm that they did it on purpose, but I'm pretty sure they left him out of the quarterback documentary on purpose because he did not make one appearance and he's at all the games. Like he is like he was known for making like TikToks dancing on the field and stuff like that. Like he's just a very much so a me person. Like he wants to steal the spotlight from his brother.
The other one that has the same kind of intentions. Okay, you're going to be Pat Mahomes and I'm going to be your wife. So start saying something.
Yeah. So
No, I think you're wrong. I think it's just wonderful. She talks over him constantly. It's like, lady, you're not the star. Back off, for Christ's sake. Have you noticed that?
yeah.
Can I share a hot take about that?
Oh, here we go.
I don't mind her.
Oh, you're such a
no,
sugar
hear me
tit.
out. Hear me out.
Sugar tit, I said.
They've been together for like 11 years now.
Right.
They've
Yep,
been
right.
dating
Yeah,
since high school. I've never heard like a close friend of theirs speak out about her in like a
No.
bad manner or
No.
whatever. It only happened because she's on social media, and so it gets blown out of proportion.
Oh, is
like
that what happened?
Yeah.
I maybe she's not that bad. Maybe it's just she's Mahomes' wife, and he's better than your quarterback. So you get a little jealous when she celebrates
Yeah.
every single
No,
week.
it's
Like,
not the celebration.
I don't
maybe she's not that bad.
I don't mind her. I don't think she's a bad person or anything
Yeah.
like that. I think like the thing that always got me was the chicken. And we played it on the show when she was like fried chicken for his favorite food.
Yeah.
Like that's I was like, I roll. Like okay. Like, calm down. But yeah, I'm sure she's very nice and
Yeah.
she seems pleasant, but
The other thing, it's not just fried chicken. He loves soul music too. Oh, God. I'm not saying she's a pain in the ass, but she
No.
does love to chirp.
yeah.
There's no doubt
She's-
about that.
But I would, if like my wife was the star quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs and was better than everybody, I'd probably do some chirping.
It's
too.
not like her husband is Marcus Mariota. It's
Right.
it's
no,
Patrick
that's true.
Mahomes.
That's very good.
I think she was also if I'm not mistaken, a D1 soccer player. So like
Yes.
she's super competitive
really?
too.
Mhm.
Yeah. And she does love the F-bomb. Like if you
She
go
does.
back and watch, I mean, she's good with the F-bomb. She's as good as O'Connell is at dropping that sucker, which I do appreciate.
Where's
Yeah.
she from? Is she from North Dakota or something?
I'll look it up, but wherever Mahomes is
Yeah.
from.
And
Oh,
is
wherever
Mahomes,
he's
I think
from?
Mahomes is from Texas, correct?
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Because he went to school with Texas Tech, and I think he was a homegrown product out of there.
I believe you're right about that. But I know you got about one more minute, Judd. So what else is cooking?
Did I see you at a Wild game, Tom?
You did indeed, pal. Craig Leopold came over and said hello. I mean, it's pretty nice when the owner of the team comes to say hello, man.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy too.
Very impressed. He's a very nice man. Craig's a very nice guy. Yeah, we had a wonderful Tommy Kramer was there. And I've
Nice.
loved one thing I will tell you. Here's a perfect example. I used to beat the piss out of Tommy Kramer verbally on my morning show constantly. Never bothered him. He's like, hey, that's your job. I don't care.
Right.
He's just a great guy. I gave him a big hug, and it was just people watching me hugging Tommy Kramer. People are like, man, that's weird.
Right. They probably thought you were coming up to strangle, or he was coming to
Oh, come
strangle you.
on. It's been a long time.
Judd, I know you have like the unwritten rules of jersey etiquette, right, on the show. So Sunday morning, I'm taking my dog to the dog park. I'm driving through downtown, and I see a ton of 49ers jerseys everywhere. And I was like, oh, that's right. Like the 49ers are in town. They're probably all going to the game. Like they're lined up outside of bars. And then I was like, wait a second. We don't play till Monday. Why are they all walking around on a Sunday when their team doesn't play in their uniforms? Where does that – is that against your jersey etiquette? Like, are you only able to wear your jersey on game days, or do you let it slide for the weekend?
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, no, but it just drives me crazy when people, who are especially like my age, buy jerseys of current players. It's like that guy's 30 years younger than you. Now, if you buy, if you're wearing a Montana, more power to you. If you're wearing a Montana or like a great throwback player from when you were a kid, maybe more power to you. But like when you're wearing the jersey, when you're 50 and you're wearing the jersey of a guy who's 23, it just rubs me the wrong way.
All right, I'll show it. I'm wearing a Bronco Nagurski jersey.
Yeah, well, see, then you qualify as absolutely fine.
100 years ago.
Yeah, but it's before your time, see?
All right, Pally, another brilliant report, I thought.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
see you guys tomorrow.
Go to Park Tavern today and have lunch.
You know what's funny? I actually am going to.
Oh, see, there you go.
You just called. Look at you.
Love it.
Look at you predicting things that are going to happen. See you guys. Bye.
Urban. It's going to be great. See you later. We got to take a break. Be right back. We had a wonderful idea. We thought, why don't we have Chris Eggert on right after this break? Don't you think that's a great idea?
I think we could make it work.
All right, let's give it. AJ goes, maybe.
I'm indifferent.
We'll see. I don't really care one way or the other. Yeah. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first, which I love, obviously. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians and not salespeople. And by the way, I don't say things like I love the team at Sabre making it up because I've known them forever. So it's true. I hate that when people go, oh, I love them, and you really don't even know them. I hate that. But I do love them because I do know them. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it and at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my entire family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That is SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
By the way, I should say thank you to our listeners because Michael tells me that pretty much everybody who calls on him to use him says they heard about it on this show. So that's very nice of you to do that. That's how the business works these days, by the way. I don't know if people know that or not.
No, it's all who you know and things like that.
What were you going to add to the who you know part?
I don't know. I was nothing. I was just trying to chime in to Phil.
You know what he was going to say, don't you?
No, I actually have no idea.
Never mind.
I don't know.
It rhymes with no. Don't you? You guys never heard that saying before?
No.
Okay, we're out of the commercial break right now, and then I'm going to go back into it. I just want to know. When I was a kid, the saying was always, yeah, well, typical stuff. It's who you know and who you blow.
Oh, no.
Okay. That is not at all where my mind was.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. And by they blow, they just mean you like blow the dust off your shoulder.
Yeah.
That's
I'm sure,
what you
yeah,
mean.
that's where my mind went.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, now back to the break with that separation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Tom here. I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had recently empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. Well, great job, Elizabeth. As a matter of fact, I have another about 3 weeks, and I'm going to start back in the program because I would like to lose another 15, 20 pounds, something like that. So you got to take it. One thing I do like about this program, and this is not part of the spot. Well, it is part of the spot, but I like the fact that you do it and then you take a break and then you do it and then you take a break. I like that. The fact that you get breaks in the program, right? Great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success and that I'm not lying. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You don't have to take time off from work or get a babysitter for the kids. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff. That is a fact. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it is a good fit for you to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. Another great point. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is the unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. Let them know that Tom sent you, please. Ladies and gentlemen, warm with some sun this morning, then developing showers and possible thunderstorms later on today. A high of 64. It is cloudy and 52 right now. Just about as cloudy as like Chris Eggert's career. It's that cloudy.
And cloudy would be a nice way to describe it.
So cloudy's a good thing?
No, I mean, it's so bad that it would be, yeah.
You're killing it. What are you talking about?
I'm fine.
It's
How's
unbelievable.
everybody there today?
Magnificent. Things are pretty good. Watched our Vikings win a game last night that nobody thought they were going to win.
That was something.
Did you take a gander at all?
I watched for a little bit and then I had to go to bed, unfortunately. So,
Are you a Broncos fan?
no. Why?
Because a lot of people from where you grew up.
No.
Oh, no, really? Because I was always told that.
No, it's all Minnesota sports. They got
Oh,
nothing else.
good.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, where are you from?
Southeast South Dakota.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. The Dakotas are all huge Vikings fans for the
Now,
most.
I think when you get out into like the Rapid City in the western part of the state, that you might have a few that will lean a little more towards Denver, but for the most part, Sodak's very Minnesota centric.
You know, I got to be honest with you, and I hope you. And when I say that I love South Dakota, I'm not making that up. I do, because once you cross that border, all these different places, and you cross the river. Was it the Chamberlain River? Is that the river? Yeah,
It's the Missouri River at Chamberlain. Yep.
Yeah, Missouri River at Chamberlain. There you go. I knew I was missing something there. The Missouri River at Chamberlain. You go all the way over to the west side. That is a beautiful state.
It is.
It's
that
gorgeous.
part of the state is beautiful. The part where I kind of grew up is not.
So it's Nebraska? Is that
Well,
what you're
yeah, it is. It's farm country. It's like southern Minnesota. I mean,
Mhm.
pretty much you get south of the Twin Cities, and you kind of got that rolling plains thing pretty much
Right.
all the way out to Chamberlain before the landscape starts to change a little bit.
God, you just gave me a great memory from being like 18, 19 years old. I didn't start driving until I was 21 because I couldn't afford a car anyway. So why get a license? But a friend of mine, we're sitting around one night and he said, man, there's this restaurant where I'm from. I said, where are you from? He goes, where's Winnebago again? Forest City? Is that Forest City, Iowa?
Oh, Winnebago's Iowa. I'm not sure about Forest City.
I don't know. The town they're in, I can't remember the name of the town, but in any case, Tommy, I got to tell you something, man. There's this restaurant. It's just wonderful, and I really miss it. And I'm kind of, why don't we go there? I'm like, I'm 18. I'm like, I don't care. We drove all the way to Iowa and got there in the morning just as the place was opening. And all the Winnebago workers were lined up to go in. It's like, we didn't get in anyway because we couldn't get in. It was full. Oh well,
that sucks.
What is that, about a 3-hour drive? It's got to be 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not too far from like little further west from like Okoboji and stuff. But let me look, or further east.
Further east, yeah. I'll do this while you're looking at that. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Eggert brought to you by Josh Arnold, Mr. Money Talk himself. So what are you finding, Pally?
Well, let's see. Forest City is maybe what you're talking about.
Oh, Forest
right?
City. There you go. Yep.
That's where the Winnebago stuff is.
There you go.
Forest City. Yeah. The place where I went to college in Sodak, Huron, which is it's a very small place. I love Kevin's look on his.
It's just funny to hear people like, oh my gosh, like South Dakota is so beautiful, or North Dakota. Like I lived in Fargo for 4 years, at least something like that. But anyway, like traveled all over the Dakotas. Beautiful, not necessarily a word that I would use. No offense to the Dakota people. Nice place, but it's not. I wouldn't go beautiful.
From the Missouri and the Chamberlain all the way.
Did you guys go out west to like Rapid City or anything?
Beautiful.
I mean, I don't. To be honest with you, I have no idea where that even is. But
it's where Mount Rushmore is,
and like all the touristy stuff. I've been like, and I've traveled, but it's all just flat.
No, it's not.
It's because of all those glaciers.
It's a glacier's fault.
Yeah, it's a wind tunnel of just nothingness.
How about the house that sits sideways? Did you go in that one? What's that house called again?
Cosmos. The Cosmos.
There you go. Exactly.
The house that sits sideways.
It literally sits sideways, and you walk on the floor, and it looks like you're walking on the wall.
On the wall. Interesting.
That's kind of a cool place, don't you think?
Yeah, it's an optical illusion tourist trap that's been around since like the beginning of time. Like as the Black Hills were formed, as God was shaping the Black Hills, he placed that little crooked house right there on the side of the hill.
Yeah.
He knew it would mystify travelers for.
And then on day 3, he built the Corn Palace. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. On day 2, God planted the Corn Palace right in Mitchell.
$10 a pop.
That's it, baby. No doubt. I love South Dakota. Got to be very honest. I love living in North Dakota. I lived in Grand Forks and Fargo. Although I told you this before, I think, Chris, that when I went up there, I was 18 years old. And I could not understand a word anyone was saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you saying? I could not understand them. But
there's a little bit of a difference between Grand Forks and North Minneapolis.
Well, let me tell you the other difference between Grand Forks and North Minneapolis. This was right during the big, huge sugar beet explosion, when sugar beets became a very big deal. I said, Tommy, we got a guy coming in on Sunday morning. Would you mind interviewing him? He's a sugar beet farmer. And I said, yeah, that's not a problem. I don't know anything about farming. He goes, he's not that kind of guy. You'll have a good time. So I'm sitting out front of the station, just kind of nice day outside. Here comes our beet farmer in a brand new Rolls Royce. Like, Jesus. Apparently this is a good business to be in.
Oh, there's so many boom. Think about the oil boom, the sugar beets, North Dakota always seems to get these really nice booms and makes a lot of people rich. And then as I think the oil thing is really falling off now, as it typically is, then it's kind of bust after that. But I think Sugar Beets is still very consistent.
Oh God, this guy, he was killing it. And he was in a good mood. I got to be honest with you.
I bet he was
in a really good mood.
Probably hard to be in a bad mood when you hop out your Rolls Royce to go to an interview.
He's not out there at that point. He's like chilling. He's got some other people out there doing the work and on the Sugar Beets. My man's just living the life.
And that was back in 1972, I believe. That's 71, maybe 71. And the freeway, I think is it still I-94 up there? What is it?
Yep.
It is I-94. I thought it was. I was driving down I-94 and it said that I would have to exit straight ahead because the freeway literally ended in a farmer's field. The freeway just came to an end. But I have to remember this was 50 years ago, so they were building it, but hadn't gotten to that part yet.
I wonder where that was at. Like, did you make it all the way to like Bismarck or Mandan?
Oh, nowhere near that far.
Oh, it was like
it was way back.
Valley City, maybe.
Yeah, that's about right. Valley City. That's about right. With the big tower.
I'm having all these flashbacks of that drive. We go pheasant hunting way out west in North Dakota every year, and it's like you're closer to Montana than you are the Twin Cities. Like you're like way out there, which is cool though. Good birds.
One very other quick thing. When I first went on the air, because of the tone of my voice, I guess, and probably I had some North Minneapolis left in me, I get a call from every black person at town going, "Welcome to town, man," because they thought I was black. But it was very nice of them to welcome me, right? Let's go. They wanted to go over to, okay, I am not making this up, and don't get pissed off at me about this. Victor Treadwell and his sister, I lived with a black family when I lived in Grand Forks. We ended up becoming really good friends, all the rest of it. So Victor calls me, goes, and I tell him on the phone, "Victor, I got to tell you up front, I'm not black." He goes, "What?" "Okay, well, let's go to lunch anyway." I said, "Okay, I'll go to lunch anyway." You know where he took me? Sambo's. You guys don't even remember Sambo's.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, do you really?
Remember that? Absolutely. There was one in Sioux Falls. Act surprised.
What?
Yeah, that's I forgot about that.
Yep.
That was even a thing. That is crazy. You think about that was
Sambo's. Wow. But it was just Sam and Bo were the two guys who started it. And then when Sambo got to be a situation, well, because they did take advantage of they showed a tiger chasing a young kid.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was definitely they went there. They were not afraid to, that's for sure.
What did they change the name of the restaurant to once they found out that Sambo was offensive? What did they change the name of the restaurant to?
It was
Sam idea. And Bo, right?
I don't remember.
Bosa.
Oh.
It's nowhere near as good a name.
God, Bosa. I totally forgot about that. Holy crap.
Why? You know why they didn't put Sam's whole name on there? Sounded too much like bosom.
Well, that might have been a decent marketing. That might not have been the
bosom, wouldn't you? I'd go eat at the Bosom restaurant. That'd be good. I would like that.
I don't know.
Anyway, so what's in the real news this morning? Anything
good? Yeah, the big story we had today, we had a reporter on, is Tom Emmer, and he's sort of in play right now to take over Kevin McCarthy's spot. It seems like the smart money is on him at this point.
He's very good.
He's not endorsed by former President Trump, and a lot of the other people are. And it sounds like Tom tried to reach out to the former president, and because I think Tom Emmer voted to certify the election.
He did,
Joe Biden the winner.
Yep.
So where that goes with that certain arm of the Republican Party who sort of has been driving a lot of this, I'm not really sure. But this gets into the weeds a little bit, but all the people, I think it's down to 8, said they will support whoever it is that gets the majority of the votes, like no matter what. So at least seems like they're getting somewhere on it. So I think we'll get an idea by the end of the day today where Emmer stands in that. So that was our big story.
I got to give him a call. I thought I still had his number. I did not. I was going to give him a call yesterday, but I don't have his number anymore. So I'm going to have to track it down because I played golf a couple of times with Tom Emmer. He's a very nice guy, and I hope he does get the job because he's very even keel. He's not really left or right.
Right. You kind of put a Minnesotan there. They generally shoot straight and right. You know, a little more on center than a lot of people. But
I love it.
We'll see.
All right, pal. You got to go to work.
See you guys later. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks a lot. Ooh, he did the hand signal. Yeah. I'll see you later, man.
Rock on, Chris.
Really nice.
Always rocking, AJ.
Rock on, baby.
I'm always rocking, AJ. I'm always rocking. God, I wish you guys would have stayed for the family podcast yesterday. Did you happen to hear any of it?
No, I had.
Alan Roach. I was here for the whole thing.
I know, but he should have stayed.
Yeah.
How was Al Roach?
He kind of talks like the honestly, he's like 6'5", first of all.
Yeah.
He's huge. And he's got the deepest voice I've ever heard.
And also when you hear him in the stadium, because the stadium acoustics in US Bank is so just atrocious, it sounds nothing like the guy. Like I remember listening and was like, oh, this must be a different PA guy and he's gonna come on later. And I was like, oh nope, that's him. Yeah, it doesn't sound anything like him. Just because I think it's just because of the way the stadium is set up.
Yeah, maybe. Do they have to like work on the tone of his voice so people can hear it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like, because when he's sitting here, it's like very deep and it just hits you right in the chest. And there it feels a little bit more empty just because I think of the size of the venue.
Great guy.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He told me that story about coming to meet me, like 35 years ago or something.
Yeah. That was like the first thing, because I just like reached out through his website and was like, yeah, do you want to come on the show? He's like, yeah, I met Tom back in the day. Like, oh, cool.
I asked him, AJ, I'm not kidding. He's 6'5". I am not exaggerating when I tell you his voice is at least this deep. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you have any sisters? He goes, yes, I do. And you're how tall? He goes, I'm 6'5". I said, every guy in town must have been scared to death. I mean, can you imagine that? I heard you're dating my sister. Like, holy God.
Not anymore.
I'm going to run the other direction, sir. Great guy, though. Alan Roach is a really, really good guy. So it didn't. They had it. So in other words, it wasn't as deep.
Yeah, it wasn't as deep, and
they did that on purpose.
They had to have.
Yep.
Otherwise, it was just the acoustics were that bad.
No doubt about it. I suppose we better take our next break here. Look at the show flying by just because I'm working with such professionals.
Well,
you think that's what it is?
I think so.
We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. You all have helped to support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news, the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel that you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98, and for a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code Tom. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code Tom to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code Tom for this special and many more.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You damn right. It's 8:51 now. 9 minutes until 9 o'clock already. Warm, some sun this morning, then developing showers, possible thunderstorms tonight. 64 for the high today. It is right now 52 degrees and cloudy, with 64 later on today. Los Angeles, California, hosting a dating life debrief with friends is a time-honored tradition. So much so that over 75% of surveyed singles said they discuss their dating life with friends multiple times a month. I never did that. Do you guys ever talk about your dating life with your friends?
I think it's more of a yes, but I think it's more of like a girl friend group activity than like the guys as much.
Yeah, like I feel like especially today, like they talk about like guys like not as in depth where you talk about every little detail, but I think it's more common to be discussed.
Like I'll ask you, Tevin, like how the date go. You'll say good. You know, she did this thing that was a little annoying, but also she offered to split the bill, but I insisted. Right. Okay, cool. That's the extent of our conversation. But we're not going like, so what type of dress was she wearing?
I'm not like calling AJ crying into like a bowl of ice cream as
she didn't open the door for me.
I got to be honest with you. The talking with my friends about my dating life and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. The only talk I ever did with my friends was when a new friend would meet Catherine. Every time they'd look at her and look at me and go, "What the hell are you doing with him?" Right. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Blink twice if he's kidnapped you. If he's forcing you to be here.
Holding you hostage.
Why are you here?
Yeah, I know. I've been putting up with now for 43 years, for Christ's sake. That's all I know. So in any case, so much so that over 75% of surveyed singles say they discuss their dating life with their friends multiple times a month. To assist today's singles and their dating deliberators in deeming if someone is worthy of a like, Tinder, the world's most popular dating app for meeting new people, is launching Tinder Matchmaker. The new feature lets friends and family asynchronously. Huh? What do you think of that?
That big words.
Access Tinder to recommend profiles for a user. Have you guys ever used Tinder? I was already obviously married and all that stuff by the time that came along.
I used to,
yeah. When it first came out, after a while, it just got ridiculous. It was
really?
It was essentially just a let's hook up type of site. But yeah, when it first came out, it was fine.
So wait a minute. As soon as human beings got involved, they destroyed it.
Oh,
yeah. Why? Why do humans have to destroy something? We're going to do this my way. Oh, are we? Okay. The feature makes modern dating a team sport by essentially integrating the friend test into Tinder. Users can now invite others, whether they have a Tinder profile or not, to view and suggest potential matches. It gives Tinder users the added intel of seeing who their friends like for them when considering a potential match. But just like in real life, the user ultimately decides who they want to send a like to. Well, I would hope so. You don't have somebody sending it for you.
Right.
I don't want this to go on and on. I want to get to the important part. For years, singles have asked their friends to help find their next match on Tinder. And now we're making that so easy with Tinder Matchmaker, says Melissa Hobley, or Hobley, I guess it could be. To bring users and their personal matchmakers up to speed on this new digital dating dynamic, Tinder has partnered with rapper Coi Leray. Who's Coi Leray?
She's a female rapper, very, very popular. You
Really?
probably would hate all of her music, but she's great.
I hate rap because it destroyed R&B.
It
It destroyed R&B.
That's such a just blasphemous statement.
It's not
just
blasphemous.
you could
ruin the business.
No, it's just different. It's okay. It's just different. It's still great. Not as great as, but not every song's great, but not every song from like
how about
classic rock is great either.
So we got some soul or R&B. Turn out the lights. Let's have a night. Now here's rap. And the chicken tastes like wood.
You pick
how on
that,
earth could you like that?
You
garbage?
pick one rap
No.
from What is that? That's
worst of all time.
Why can't I think of the name of that song? Is that Rapper's Delight?
Rapper's
yeah.
Delight, exactly.
Like you pick one from a song like 40 years
It was the very first rap song.
Yeah.
It was the very first one, which ruined my life.
Music evolves over
It's
time.
not music.
and
It's bullshitting. That's what it
it's
is.
Good. It's good, Tom.
Everyone, woman, they love me.
Can we play some like 21 Savage coming?
Oh no, that's not gonna help your argument.
No,
He's
not
gonna
at
hate
all.
that.
Not at all.
All right, I'm not even going to talk about this anymore. I'm going to hang up on Tinder just for that.
Ugh.
Everybody likes their kind. I have always been just a huge rhythm and blues and soul music fan. I love this stuff. So don't be changing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like the natural evolution of music. Like, it's going to change over time, and unfortunately, like not all of it's going to hit. But the new stuff is good. It's just not your classic R&B. Like that style of music is pretty much gone for the most part.
It is. I like one rap song. Have I ever told you what it is?
California Love.
You got it. It's the only one I like.
Which is a good one.
It's positive instead of, I'm going to go beat the shit out of somebody and then bang her wife. Oh, boy, what great music that is. Let's go shoot someone. Okay, yeah, great.
And it's also like music is a narration of the time and experiences that people are going through. So that's why you get a lot of that. Like back when NWA, there was a lot of like, the revolting, we hate the police type of music. And then, now when rappers start getting money, now they rap about money and
because
all
they
that
need the police now because they have money.
well, and now like because you'll hear rappers that they'll rap about, like, oh, I hate the police or I'm doing all this illegal stuff. And then they'll do interviews and they're like, oh, no, it's all just for show. Like, I don't do any of that. And so at least they're admitting it now. But yeah, it's all fake, people.
Unbelievable. But, again, you're proud of being from California. I like that. That works for me. Yeah. But and I did like Rapper's Delight, by the way. I did actually like that song.
I would say it's hard not to like that song.
Tastes like wood.
Just what do you mean the chicken tastes like wood?
I don't
eat that chicken. That sounds terrible.
Exactly. Don't eat there any longer. That's not a good spot for you. What the hell can I tell you, right? I guess you like what you like, don't you?
Yeah.
But you know what I really hate? And I really, really, really hate this. When these, and I'm not trying to single out any community. It just people know what the kind of community is. I hate when these young guys from like YZ decide they want to look like a rapper.
Yes.
Stop doing that.
The Malibu's Most Wanted style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it's like, and even if you want to be a rapper, like you can be a rapper and you don't have to like dress a certain type of way.
Right.
It's about your ability to do the musical performance.
It's all true. Works for me. That's good though. Oh, here we go. I think we covered this a little bit yesterday, but it's got the full story here. I don't remember if this was when I was at home or still on the show from yesterday, but 11 hidden and abandoned guns are now in the hands of a Ramsey County Sheriff's Office after deputies busted a late night party on Saturday in the 10,700 block of 108th Avenue North in Maple Grove. Some of the guns were hidden in backpacks and purses. Did you see the picture of these guns?
I did not, but I'm pulling it up right now.
They abandoned the guns. They were hiding them behind the couch and under the couch. And there were guns everywhere. Well, 11 of them. Ramsey County Under Sheriff Mike Martin says several of the handguns had extended magazines and auto sears, also known as switches, which convert regular handguns to machine guns. Have you ever seen them fire a handgun that operates like a machine gun?
No.
They did it on TV last night because of this story.
Mm-hmm.
The guy pulls out a pistol and he aims it at the target, and it's like, brrrt. Like, what?
Jesus.
I mean, they're like pistols that can shoot 11, 12, 13 rounds in just 2 seconds.
That's terrifying.
You got that right. Man, what's happening, Pally?
Nothing. Don't, Tevin, quick on-air production meeting, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Were we expecting Marie Osmond on the show today?
No.
I love Marie Osmond.
Do you want to talk to Marie Osmond?
I would love to
Let's
talk
have
to
her
her. She's
on.
a wonderful person.
All right.
Okay, nice production over there, pal.
No, we're good.
Well, who booked her?
It's not art, so I'm curious as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
good. Yeah.
Hey,
Marie.
Sorry, do you need Marie now? You guys good to go?
Yeah,
that'd
absolutely.
be wonderful.
There you go, Marie. Okay.
Marie, how are you today?
Well, I'm good, Tom. How are you?
Why aren't you coming in to see your Uncle Tommy today?
I'm such a butt.
Okay, well, that it works. So how you doing, my friend? Everything's good?
Everything is so good. Yep.
Whoops.
Do we drop her?
No, says she's still on the line. I still got her up.
Maria still there? Oh. This is flowing smoothly, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's too bad because I've always liked her. I've interviewed her 8,000 times over the years. Always very, very friendly person. I hope we can get her back on for a couple more minutes because she's like I said, just a very pleasant. I like pleasant people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at this. This would be our day. First of all, we just killed it in the first hour, the three of us.
As
right?
usual.
Now, the second hour, we kick off with Marie Osmond, and then we got Mary Mack coming in at 10. Then we got Kristyn Bird at 10:20. Then we got Jim McMahon at 10:30. We're loaded for bear.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
Bear, pun intended, with Jim McMahon.
Yeah,
That's what we play for. You're a professional.
I'm very professional at this job, and I'll have you know. God, I hope we can get Marie back on the air. She's a very pleasant person.
It's because she's the singer actress lady that we're talking about, right?
The Osmond brothers, Osmond family.
This lady?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Semi-attractive, don't you think?
Yeah, she's cute.
Oh, listen to you. She, you know.
Yeah, well, just in case she's online, I don't, don't
Well,
want.
she is.
I know she's very attractive.
No, it's and she's a very, very nice person. I wonder how the hell that got booked and nobody knew about it.
Yeah, I wonder who she talked to because.
Mike, you want to know my guess? Anyway, moving forward, because Andy doesn't book any guests, does he?
No,
I didn't think so. So I don't know. She's we're trying to get Marie Osmond back on the line because she's just very, like I said, very pleasant.
All right, guys, we should have Marie back on the line now.
Okay, so now
is it something I said? I'm just curious.
it's a total disaster because now basically I think you just tied with my wife Catherine for hanging up on me. She goes,
Okay, well, I'll have to meet Catherine. Okay.
oh, you and Catherine would be quite the duo. I will tell you that. It's just.
Bless your heart.
Let me put it this way, Maria. She's far too good for me. Is that a good way to put it?
Okay, you just scored brownie points with all the women listening.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. That's a good thing. So what's the latest? What are you doing?
You know, my life is in such a fun place, like I was saying. So really, you know, I have worked over six decades.
Yeah.
Consistently every year of my life, and I've been blessed to do so many unique things. But something happened. So my current album debuted #1 on Billboard. Now I've had #1 records, but to have it debut at my age, I don't know, it just kind of put something in my heart. And then it went back up 29 different times to the top 10.
Really?
Which is the same age as me, you know, which was quite remarkable.
Sure.
But I went, you know, I can't beat that. And it just kind of triggered something in me to find this opportunity in my life to do all these bucket lists that I've wanted to do. And so this year, if you go to my social, I mean, I've done everything from climb Mount Sinai to jump out of an airplane, zip line across like 300 feet above waterfalls. I went to Iceland, and on my bucket list, I have always wanted to do a soap. And I know that sounds crazy, but Brad Bell, who is the creator of Bold and the Beautiful on CBS, they're in like their 37th season. It's crazy.
Amazing.
And William Bell, his dad, he created Young and the Restless. And Brad called me, said, I see that you have time. You're doing these bucket lists. Would you like to do this, be on the show now? And I could never, because, you know, Vegas, when you're doing a residency, what I call a real residency, you work 5 nights a week, all year long. You tour in the summer and do a Christmas tour. You never stop. And I did that for 11 years. And I went, you know what, Brad, let's do this. So he wrote this part from you guys. It is so fun. She's such a butt. And she's this countess. And it was so fun to do. And it's coming out, I think, tomorrow?
From what I'm looking at here, Marie, it looks like it's a 5-part event that's starting on the 25th, and you're actually making your debut in an episode on the 27th.
Okay, 27th. And anyway, she's from Milan, and she just thinks everything revolves around her. And it's so much fun. I love these soap people. So when I had my own talk show, I used to have them come on as groups and get to know them. And I got to know, you know, Kate Lindner, and I got to know, you know, Esther Valentine's part, that's Kate. And then, Tracy Bergman. I met Thorsten. He plays Ridge Forrester. Anyway, I love this episode because it's Young and the Restless and Bold and the Beautiful coming together for this big fashion event. And it was so much fun. I started at 5 a.m, ended up by midnight. These people work harder than anybody on the planet.
Other than you.
Well, I wasn't scared of the workload because, I had done variety when I was a kid, which is a similar workload. But you have one shot to do it in. They don't have, you get this angle and that angle and this angle and tweak it. No, you have one shot. And it was really fun.
No, I would imagine it is. How old were you? I mean, the whole family started up very, very young. How old were you when it all started?
Well, I did my first show when I was 3 years old on the Andy Williams Show.
Gosh.
And I was introduced as the youngest Osmond brother. But I'm the only girl. But, I started performing in Japan and Sweden, doing commercials and all kinds of things. I recorded my first record album, Paper Roses, when I was 12 and a half.
Sure.
And just celebrated my big 50-year anniversary for Paper Roses. But, did the Donnie Marie shows and then went and had a slew. Then I went back to country, had songs like No Stopping Your Heart, Meet Me in Montana, things like that. And then I went to Broadway and I was Rodgers and Hammerstein's girl for a while with King and I and Sound of Music and, those shows, Broadway shows. And then just life has just been crazy busy, but I just love life and have loved giving back, did Children's Miracle Network and things like that. So I don't know. I just feel like God has been so good to me and I just feel very blessed.
Isn't it interesting that when you go out and you work really hard and you do the best you possibly can, you still feel blessed. You put in the great work, the hard work, put in all the hours and all the rest of it, but you pass that on to somebody else. In this case, you pass it on to, well, God's watching over me. I think that view of life is a wonderful way to look at it.
Well, look, life's not easy. And that doesn't mean that I haven't had many, many difficult things to go through. But I believe, God doesn't cause people, he doesn't make people do those things to us. God can't do that. He can't stop people from their free will, their agency.
Mm-hmm.
But he can be there to help you get through it. And you have a choice to get bitter or better. And I believe in better. I believe that everything, we're promised nothing in this life is too much for us. He'll always be there. And so you learn, and you learn to have, for me anyway, I have much more empathy and compassion on people from all the hard things I've been through, much more than the good things. That's what's defined me as a person, is not the good stuff. It's the difficult things,
So basically you're saying the 40 times you've been on my show are the difficult times and the rest is all good.
Exactly. And your wife would concur.
She would, absolutely. Well, you're right about that. As a matter of fact, we got to book you on the family show too, because my wife would love to talk to you. How's the rest of the family? How's everybody? The brother's doing well? Everybody's doing well?
Yeah, everybody's pretty much retired. Donnie's in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
He'll die there. He loves it. But I have 8 children. I have 9 grandchildren now. And I like having the ability to go to their games and not be under contract. Because you know what, honestly, when it comes down to it, it's going to be the kids, the people around me. It's not going to be platinum albums and things like that. And how many TV shows did you do? It's going to be my grandkids, and they need to know their grandma. So I'm loving that portion of my life right now. And I still work. I mean, I'm heading in to do a huge symphonic Christmas tour this year to finish up the year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a beautiful show. When you have all those live musicians on stage with you, it's incredible. And I've seen multiple genres. So it'll be everything from country to pop to rock to Broadway to opera. It's a musical feast as far as music, because I love all music. But yeah, it's going to be a really fun show.
Are you going to go on tour at all?
It's on tour.
But I mean, I misspoke. Are you coming here on your tour?
You'll have to go to my social and look at my schedule. I only am doing so many dates because I want to be home for Christmas. But I've taken different markets. But I don't know how much longer I'm going to be working. I'm loving my life, and I don't know. I never say never, but I won't be the final tour, 10 times in a row every year.
Right,
So,
right, right.
But I'm enjoying my life a lot right now. So.
See, that's a wonderful thing. You brought back so many great memories, Marie. Marie's been on, when I used to be on the KQ Morning Show, she used to come on all the time. We had a wonderful time. And Donnie used to come in and spend a lot of time in the studio because he was traveling.
Yeah, and I knew it took months to recover from that. So.
Well, he did get mad at me once. You know why he got mad at me?
He's such a butt. What?
He's such a butt. I am not kidding you. He looked at me like, oh, God, Tom, you did it again. Because I said, no, let's be honest. Donnie is a very handsome young man, right? Well, he is, right?
Well, he's not young, and I don't think he's that handsome.
Marie, you haven't changed a bit. That's all I have to say.
My mom told me it was my job to keep them all humble, so that's what I do.
Well, good. But the one time he's sitting across the table, this is many years ago, sitting across the table, and I'm one of those guys that's like, well, you know this, Marie. I've talked to me all these times that I like to poke the bear, like to cause trouble. And I said, Donnie, does it bother you at all that as handsome as you are, that Marie's a lot prettier than you? He did not like that at all.
He's so funny.
All right, your people tell him.
You know what? He's had a unique life, and he does have a little bit of a temper.
Oh yes, I've noticed that, Marie. Marie, they're saying you have to move on to your next deal, but please come back very soon. I love hearing your voice.
You're so fun to talk to. I've enjoyed it, and anytime you want to talk to me, I'm here.
Thank you, Marie. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye, Tom.
Marie Osmond, God, you know what's so great about my life, and I'll be very honest with you. So you get a call, you didn't even know Marie Osmond was going to be on.
No.
Right? You obviously didn't know that I've known Marie for years, right?
No,
Nope.
I had no clue that you guys were as close as you were.
She's just a wonderful. Did you look at her pictures?
Yeah.
If we had more time, I was going to ask her what she is doing, because it says 64 for her age.
Yeah.
She does not look 64.
No, when she said grandma, I was like, where?
Yeah.
Whose grandma are you?
Yeah.
And her tour, unfortunately, doesn't stop in Minnesota. It looks like it's
Damn it.
Utah, a bunch of stops in Texas, Oklahoma, Florida.
So it's all the hillbillies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're including Florida, I know Florida holds a soft spot in your heart. So,
but northern Florida is very hillbilly.
Like Fort Myers, Sarasota, and the Villages.
The Villages? She's playing the Villages?
That's what it says.
People are busy getting syphilis there, aren't they?
Jeez.
Well, next time she books a show in Minnesota, we'll have to make sure that we get her in studio.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, in person, she is a lot better. Did you look at her pictures?
Yeah.
That one on the lower right there, stunningly beautiful woman. She's better looking than that in person. And she's such a nice person.
Yeah.
That's what I love about her.
Yeah, I love that she was like, oh, I'm not booking too many dates because I still want to be like around family and home for Christmas and things like that. So it's like she seems like she stays grounded in her stardom.
She does.
Yeah, I love that.
Terrific.
Her and her entire family, they're showbiz people. So it's awesome that they don't feel like they need to be engulfed in that. And she's like, I have this priority, my family. I have these grandchildren, which is weird to say because we saw what she looks like and everything like that, but she wants to focus on spending time with them, and that's that's awesome. That's tremendous.
And especially like because nowadays, especially like celebrities will be like, well, how can I take this holiday moment that's supposed to be with my family and turn it into something that can make me more popular and make an extra episode of my reality show as our holiday special? Like, no, take time for your family and be a regular human being.
No question. And it's one of those situations again. I just lost a bunch of friends in the last couple of years, so it's been kind of sad. So I've been trying to focus on all the positive things, all that kind of stuff. And knowing the Osmonds and having Donnie and Marie and all the rest of it, they're very, very nice people. I'm very lucky in that, a couple of people have mentioned to me on this show because I hadn't worked with them before. It's like, do you know everybody? And I said, well, I've been doing this for 54 years. So yes, I know everyone. Yeah. And they all, I would say 99% of them remember me, and it's very nice of them to do that. As an example, I just got an email from Art Sears. You know who's available for a Halloween radio tour? Michael Berryman.
Ooh.
I love Michael. Michael is a great guy. We better book him, don't you think?
Yeah.
We got to book Michael Berryman.
Yeah. I wonder if we should book him.
I think it's on Friday. He got
This Friday?
I think he's got some stuff on Friday.
27th. Yeah, 3 days.
So is there any chance we could reach out and get him on it? You'd love him. He's a great guy. But let me just say this. I'm so great. Well, coming up later this morning, Mary Mack's going to come in the studio. I adore Mary Mack. She's one of my favorite people in the world. What a talent. Big time TV star now, as you know.
Yeah.
Then you got Kristyn Bird, who's a lovely and talented woman who we just love having on the show. Jim McMahon's coming on at 10:30. All of that. I guess I'm lucky in the fact that I can look back and go, my God, am I a lucky son of a bitch? Right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of places where you can go to work and then just surprisingly throughout the day you get a call from Mary Osmond. You know, not a lot of people can say that. I was not expecting that. My mom's going to love that when I talk to her later.
Oh, I bet she is. We got to have Marie come in if she ever gets to town again, in person. She's just this bright, bubbly, happy person. And when she leaves, you're like, I'm happy now. Things have changed. Now, that was great. I'm so glad that you answered that phone call.
Yeah, well, it was curious because it was the hotline call. So usually if anybody calls on that, it's like it's important and they're supposed to be calling, but we weren't expecting it, which is
I love it.
That's a happy surprise.
I wonder who booked it.
No, Kevin. Absolutely.
I'll take
you're booking
credit for
away. You're booking so many things. You almost forget sometimes. That's how good
go.
at your job you are.
Yeah.
Here we
Just
go.
so many celebrities hitting me up to be on the show. I'm just like, I lose
Beating
track.
them off with a stick.
I will tell you what, when we were the highest rated morning show in America, we could have had 50 people a day on. It was unbelievable.
Yep.
My favorite, though, was Bob Dole. Remember, he ran for president. He was a United States senator from, I can't remember where he's from.
No.
Very nice guy. But but the fifth time I ever talked to him, he comes on and he goes, "Good morning, Tom. It's great to be on with you again and everybody at KORS." Like, Bob, you've been on this show 10 times and now it's KORS. Is that the ticket?
Well, it always amazes me when radio people know all the call signs for like random stations. Like even when Alan came in yesterday and he
Alan
was like,
great.
He was like, "Oh yeah, he was on radio at like such and such a station," and then he was just like, "Yeah, XYW4 is the." And I'm like, "How do you just have that on the tip of your tongue?" I could never.
My favorite thing that happened yesterday is listeners called in requests. And Alan, do we have any of the audio of Alan?
Not on me right now, but
could we have some in a bit? I just want AJ to hear his voice.
I could try whipping something up.
He has got, but everybody was calling and going, "Tell Alan to say you rang." So he's like, "You rang."
Right.
It was phenomenal.
And he does have his, like, you can go to Cameo and have where you like pay celebrities say stuff. And so he does have that open. So you could get him to say whatever you want for whatever. His
What a
price
nice
is.
man. He just turned out to be a very, very nice guy. He did the what is that called again when they do the in stadium announcing? Just the stadium
public address announcer.
Public address, I suppose it would be. Yeah. He must be incredible at that. What a nice man, too.
Yeah, and because like normally when you go to the game, you don't really pay attention to it. But since he was on the show, I was like, I paid a little bit more attention to what he was saying. And he's like on point with everything that he's doing. And like he does put enough emotion into it where he feels like he's part of the team. So yeah, he does a great job.
I couldn't agree more. I just, once again, see, there you go. You show up for work on a Tuesday and you go, "Oh my God, Marie Osmond called."
Yeah.
This made me happy. That stuff makes me very happy. Don't you think? I could, because let me put it this way. Let's say I was doing this for 54 years and nobody knew who I was. That would not be good.
No, not at all.
You got a point. You got a
What?
point.
You've interviewed me before. I don't remember you.
Forgettable.
Some guys must have that people just don't remember them.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh yeah, and well, because you either remember like the really good ones or the train wrecks.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I went to this radio station. All they wanted me to do was tell my jokes, and then I left, or they were terrible at their job." So
You are correct, sir. There's no question about it. I just, whoo. All I have to say is whoo. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
Did we take our? No. We'll got to take our break, don't we?
Yeah, we can.
He's going to move right along here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bashioum Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the Metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
I don't know about unruly. You think it's unruly?
That's exactly what an unruly person would say.
Yeah.
I'm not unruly, damn it.
Her rejoiners get like progressively more and more aggressive as the show goes on.
That might be true.
The last week I ran an Amy at the offices, and she was like, yeah, I'm going to work on some new rejoiners, some new imaging and stuff for the show. I was like, oh, great. And then the other day I heard the new one. I was like, oh boy, I know how the rest of these.
Yeah, it started out like Tom's back and we're excited. And it's like, okay, Tom's back and he's kind of angry. Okay, now he's unruly, guys. Like,
we are trying to piss him off every day.
Yep.
Which is a fact, by the way. I'd like to point that out. You know, I was just thinking something. I ran down the hall just now, and I've kind of taken over, and I miss him dearly. He was a really great friend. And Chad Hartman, his son, and I are still really, really good friends. But I've kind of taken the position of the Sid Hartman. He was one guy, I don't care where you went with him, everybody knew Sid Hartman.
Yeah.
I mean, every Bob Hope used to. Well, I know maybe you've heard this, but I know you never have. But did I ever tell you a story about going over to Sid's cabin?
No.
Over in the St. Croix? Hey, Bernard, why don't you run over with me? We'll go to the cabin. We'll hang out, go have an ice cream cone after a while. So I said, okay. So we get to his house. I walk in and he goes, I got to leave. I think, what? We just got here. He goes, I'll be back in a half hour. If you get any calls, this is all landline stuff back then. That's how long ago it was.
Okay.
If anybody calls, just take a message. I'll be back in a half an hour. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just talking about that, Marie Osmond calling in and, hey, Tom, how you doing? Marie, how you doing? That kind of like knowing a lot of people. The phone rings. Yeah, can I talk to Sid? I said, oh, Sid's not here right now. Can I take a message? Yeah, tell him that Ted Williams called. That was the first call. Ted Williams called. This is like 35 years ago.
Oh, my God.
Ted Williams calls, and I said, I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but not here right now, and I will pass along the word that you called. So I hang up. 2 minutes later, phone rings again. Yeah, is Sid there? I said, no, he's not in right now. Could they take a message? Yeah, tell him George Steinbrenner called. I'm like, okay. Honest to God, it was just it was caller after caller, and then the final one, yeah, tell Sid that Bobby Knight called. I'm there a half hour. I talked to 3 absolute worldly legends. Jesus, Sid. But what's that?
It almost feels like he like told those 3 people to like, hey, I need to feel like a big shot. Can you call my home phone?
They loved Sid. And I mean, it wasn't just liking Sid a lot. They loved him, man. It was unbelievable. So maybe I'm kind of moving it. I should probably better get a cabin over on the St. Croix. If
you just invite somebody over, like AJ's there answering the phone for you every day.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking.
That's fine. I think that's in my job description, just phone secretary.
Well,
Between
again,
the show and Score North.
We talked about it earlier, having lunch one day at the Lincoln Dell with Sid Hartman and Gene Simmons from KISS. I have been one lucky sumbitch, I will tell you that. You can be miserable and, I'm a victim all you want. I'm sorry. I've been treated like shit by a lot of people, but I would never admit I was victimized because my life is just way too good. No doubt about it. Isn't that nice? I mean, just to have a life like that where Marie Osmond just calls in and goes, I decided to be on your show.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah. The closest thing to like the Sid answering the phone, like having George Steinbrenner call, when I was in high school, I used to go to the Vikings football camps all the time. And Nate Burleson, who now is like a big CBS anchor.
I like him.
But he was on the Vikings team. And he, like, me and him hit it off, and he was like, hey, I'm going to call you, because I think he was going to send me a jersey or something. I don't know. Somehow he was going to call me. And so my dad calls me. He's like, hey, Tevin, Nate Burleson just called the house for you. Like, what? He's like, I think it was a joke. I was like, oh, no. Like, what did he say? Like, I'm probably 15 years old at the time, 16 years old. But yeah, that's the closest, like, celebrity equivalent that I would have.
See, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Sid knew everybody. And I mean, everybody knew Sid, and Sid knew everybody. Honest to God, Chad was telling me at times he'd be sitting around the house and the phone would ring. Yeah, hi, Sid there? No, this is his son, Chad. Oh, would you tell him that Bob Hope called? I'm like, oh, okay. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Well, it's probably a lot like when like Andy and Alex being on the show and having, celebrities come in all the time. And they're just like, yeah, Louis Anderson. Yeah. He came over for Christmas dinner once, like where this is a regular person.
Yeah, for them, it's a totally different deal because it's been their whole life.
Yeah.
That famous people would come to the house or come in and work and do whatever. But I love the fact it's an example that everybody can get along if you even try to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice? They used a word on the news last night, the national news, that literally destroyed my voiceover career.
Oh, no.
Because they're talking about a lot of people from the Middle East moving to the United States. And it was suggested on a national news show last night. Wouldn't it be better if we kind of all assimilated to one another? They ruined my voiceover career over using that word, saying that it was very racist and horrible.
Yeah.
And now they're all using it.
You were ahead of the times.
Yeah.
Well, it cost me a lot of money to be ahead of the times. I'll tell you that.
Well, also, like, people, I feel like, confuse assimilation with leaving your culture completely behind. Like, we're not saying like, oh, if you come from Africa where you're used to dressing a certain way, like you have to turn all that in and here's a pair of blue jeans and whatever.
Exactly.
Like, no, you can still represent who you are as a culture, but we all have to come together and at least agree to live by a certain type of rules so we can all coexist peacefully together.
And once again, when you walk into your friend's house as a little kid, you are assimilating to their household culture because either you follow the rules or get the hell out.
Right.
There is nothing wrong. And I hope you listen. Now, you didn't want to listen to me 25 years ago, so you listen to them now. It's a good thing to assimilate, to move toward one another, not away from one another.
Yeah.
Because I'm here to supply all the money and you're here to take it. That's kind of the view we get right now.
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of the disagreements that happen in the world are just because people don't understand other people and where they're coming from. So it's like, yeah, if you can sit and have a conversation with somebody that's not like you, and they're like, okay, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, your point of view. Now that's going to make everybody's lives a little bit easier because you're not so quick to judge.
25 years later, I finally get to say it because it was used on the national news as a suggestion last night. All of you people that pissed off at me about bringing that up because you were 100% wrong, you all can kiss my sister's black cat's ass. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fair, isn't it?
And because when people think like assimilate and leave your culture behind, nobody wants that. Because I want, if you're from Mexico, I want you to bring the delicious food here with you.
Exactly.
There's nothing like America doesn't have any real traditions as far as food or culture goes. It's all from other places anyway. So
Our tradition is eating other people's food.
Right. And watering it down
that.
and Americanizing your delicious food to make it less like what it should be. So yeah, bring out all the good stuff with
that
it.
is assimilation. Yeah. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Well, do you understand a younger generation why they had such a fit about that?
Not really, no.
Because I did say assimilator hit the goddamn road. I did say that.
Yeah, that might be. I can understand how that's taken the wrong way. It definitely feels like it gives off the if you don't know how to speak English type of vibe, you can't live here.
That's not it at all. It's just me being a smart ass.
Right. Yeah.
Some people can't adjust to that, by the way. If you're a smart ass, some people just don't like that.
It is definitely because I sometimes get in the same vein where I have to kind of reel it in and be like, I can't be sarcastic with everybody I come across because that's not going to end well.
Yeah. Oh, I understand that.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But no, I think it's great. What we're talking about right now, if we come together, you don't have to change your life. You don't have to change your views, your history. That's not what we're talking about. We just kind of assimilate to all fit in the same room and get along just fine without me pretending to kiss your ass because I need you to vote for me.
Right.
We got to get away from that. I'm only nice to you and giving you money because you're going to benefit me by voting for me. We got to get away from that. It's disgusting. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're not looked at as a person. You're looked at as a tally in somebody's, I got to collect all these votes. Yeah. You're not looked at as an individual. It's just, how can I get you to like me? And so then they'll tell you whatever. And then once they get elected, nothing happens.
You know what I would love to have done? I never did this when I was a kid. And looking back, I wish I had. Mm-hmm. Going to a friend of mine's house, like a black friend of my friend's house, sit down and go, I don't really like soul food. I would have loved to have done that.
I think you don't like delicious food.
I know, man. Hey, I tell you what. Are there really they don't call it soul food anymore. They used to. Soul Food Kitchen was really good.
Yeah, now they're more comfort food. Is
that what it is? But man, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, because it's so good. It gets you some mac and cheese, some fried chicken. Let's go. It's delicious.
It's tough to beat.
You're gonna feel like you weigh 1,000 pounds after you eat it, but you're happy.
Well, I'm happy just being here. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, what we were just talking about, bringing what happened 25 years ago and bringing it down. That's only part of assimilation.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to move toward you because I agree with what you just said. It's not my call. It's your call. That is all we were talking about.
Yeah.
Just understand one another, your skin color, your culture, your orientation. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that stuff. If you're a prick, I ain't going to be nice to you just because of any of that stuff.
Right.
So by the same token, I'm not going to treat you badly because of all that stuff.
Right.
It makes no sense.
No, people just need something to be angry about.
I guess so. It all works out in the end. I'm imagining it'll all work out in the end. No question about it. 46. This is not nice. 46% of all pumpkin carving injuries will happen this week. I've never been injured carving a pumpkin. Have you?
No, but doesn't that also seem a little low? 46%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are the other 54% of people carving pumpkins throughout the year where injuries are happening?
Right.
Does this week, are they including Halloween in this week? Because I would say
that's true.
Cutoff of people have, the other, 64 or 54% or whatever, is the week before and leading up to it.
Okay,
and then
I guess
the last 48 hours right before Halloween where people are they're rushing. So that's why
I guess that makes sense.
I lost a digit. Boom.
I just had something pop in my head.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Saying, I'm not going to cover it. Catherine would be here. She'd be saying, you couldn't carve a pumpkin anyway. So don't talk about you've never carved a pumpkin on this particular day or week. You couldn't do it anyway.
Why couldn't you carve a pumpkin.
I'd rather stab somebody if I have a knife. What do you think?
Yeah, I've never been a big pumpkin carver.
Me either.
Like it just doesn't do anything for me.
Well, plus you got to throw away all the guts and all that.
Yeah, and it smells and it's slimy and like, nah.
It is slimy.
Yeah,
that is true. There's no question. But you guys like Halloween, though, don't you?
Not really.
No,
like,
you don't
I
care
like
for it?
candy. Like I'm not a big dress up person and go out.
What's
like,
Candy's last name?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Ah, see? Wouldn't you like to know, brother? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, so you like the candy and all that stuff. You just don't like
no. Well, like my family growing up, like I remember there was a few Halloweens where we would go out, but then after a while, my mom was like, "I get it. You guys want candy. I'm just gonna go to the store and buy all the candy you want.
Yeah,
we're gonna sit at home and watch scary movies."
You know what my favorite thing is about this time of the year, though? Is those 85-pound bags of the little Hershey's candy bars, the little nut goodies, and not nut goodie, but Mr. Good bar and all that stuff.
Yep.
I love those little things. They're about, I don't know, about an inch and a half long. Really good. You like those?
It depends. I'll like if I'm in the mood for them, yes. But if I'm not, like
how are you not in the mood for chocolate?
Sometimes you just don't.
Really?
Sometimes you just want like a Skittle or something like that. But
I've never been there.
My go-to candy bar is probably Snickers. It's like the perfect candy bar.
Great bar.
Oh, Snickers are elite. I love them.
They just woke up one day and were like, we're just gonna make the best candy bar of all time.
Yeah, they had no business doing what they did, but it's brilliant. I love it. It's the caramel with the peanuts and it's.
I don't even know what nougat is, but I'll take it. Throw it in there.
What the hell is nougat? What is that?
I'll look it up. I have no idea.
It's the stuff inside a Snickers nougat, though, right?
Yeah, it's like it's like a grayish, like toffee, not toffee, but I don't. Yeah, it's like kind of soft deliciousness.
It is really good.
It's a family of confections made with sugar or honey, roasted nuts, walnuts, pistachios, hazelnuts, and macadamia nuts are common like in it. So it's just like it's a bunch of stuff ground up and together with sugar and honey.
Gee, no wonder it's so horrible.
Right? Yeah. Whatever it is, keep doing what you're doing.
Oh God, it's a family candy bar. What else you got? What? Because I like, I do like Snickers probably best.
I think we talked about this maybe a month ago, but I'm a big Almond Joy guy.
Almond Joy's phenomenal.
Yeah, Milky Ways are good.
Milky Ways
Twix. Good. Yeah, I'm still a fan of the Skittles. That's a classic. Yeah, I mean, you really can't go wrong with any candy, for the most part.
Pretty much true.
For the most part.
I've never been like a Skittles guy though.
I'll demolish a bag of Skittles.
Is that a generational thing, you think? Because they weren't around when I was a little kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
So maybe it's a generational thing that it happened in your generation.
When you were a kid, did you like the Sixlets?
What's the Sixlets?
My mom used to talk about them all the time. They're like little
a long tube of candy.
Yeah, it's almost like M&Ms essentially.
You're right.
But it was like before, or I guess an off-brand. But yeah, my mom used to talk about it all the time. We used to go, we'd get a penny, and we'd go buy a bag of Sixlets for a penny and just sit there. And eat them.
I remember. God, I forgot all about that.
Yeah,
so that's a wonderful memory. Okay, so back to the pumpkin carving, which I have never carved a pumpkin because you don't want me anywhere near a pumpkin and a knife. Here's a scary stat for Halloween. 46% of all pumpkin-related knife injuries will happen this week. A study found there are about 2,000 injuries a year carving pumpkins.
That seems low.
How would you cut yourself? Because you're cutting into it for the top, and then you dig everything out. And you just poke holes in it, don't you?
Well, no, because if you're carving like the face of the pumpkin, and some people, like if it's a bigger pumpkin, they'll use like a drill, sawzall, whatever type of thing. So I could see how.
Do they really?
Oh yeah, some people get elaborate with them.
I'm thinking because I've done this with other stuff, not to this extent, but you're trying to cut the eye hole or whatever, but you have to puncture it through. So they might put their hand on the inside that's carved out and like they apply pressure, they end up just like stabbing their hand.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, or like if you're cutting it from the front and you're trying to like brace it and then the knife goes too far in, if you're using like the chef knife type of thing and cut your finger, I can see how it happens.
No thanks.
No.
I'll buy a plastic pumpkin that lights up when you plug it in.
Or just paint the face of the
You can paint it on there. That's very, very true.
Too.
Pumpkin pie, I've never been a fan of that even.
No, sweet potato pie over pumpkin pie all day, every day.
I don't like pumpkin
I'm not sure
pie.
I've ever had sweet potato pie.
I'm gonna make one for you.
Okay.
My grandma, oh my gosh, makes like she's a very old black woman in Louisiana and makes the best sweet potato pie. And I was able to like coax her into telling me her secrets. And so yeah, that's my go-to.
Where in Louisiana?
They live in it's a small town called Jonesville. It's kind of it's
Mhm.
like south of Baton Rouge.
Very nice.
It's no, I mean, no, it's not a nice.
You
town.
don't like it?
It's a very small town. Like,
Well, that's
I mean,
true.
it's a. I shouldn't say it's not nice. It's just a very, very small town in Louisiana.
I'm telling you though that Louisiana, Mississippi, you get down there by the Gulf Coast, man, that is beautiful down there.
Yeah, I love it. Like I
lived
lived
in New Orleans, of course.
I lived in Baton Rouge for a summer, and
Oh, you did?
Like,
Okay.
yeah, and I love like the people are very, very nice down there. And I mean, like anywhere, it's
Yep.
got its bad areas, but I loved it.
I understand why you would, no question. So yeah, about 2,000 people a year cut themselves carving pumpkins. That's just the people who end up in the ER, by the way. That's not just people cut. That's who end up in the ER.
Oh, okay.
So
Maybe that's not as
bad.
low as I think then.
No.
Yeah, maybe not because this is serious injury. Yeah, that's not good. 84% of them happen in October. November is next at 11. November. Why would you carve a pumpkin after Halloween?
Some people like
makes no
some people
sense.
associate pumpkins with like just fall in general.
No, I suppose, yeah, I suppose. Experts say even adults should really be using those orange pumpkin carving knives. They're a lot safer than a real knife. For kids under 10, think about painting pumpkins instead. See, Uncle Tevin pointed it out. Or you may want to do the carving for them. No, I don't. But thanks for asking. I appreciate you asking. I have no interest in carving pumpkins. I would absolutely suck at that. Okay, after I read the story, you're probably going to get up and go home because you'll be all rubbing his hands. KFC.
Okay, I mean, I'm more of a Popeyes guy, but
All right.
KFC.
But let me finish the sentence. 'Cause
Racist.
Racist? Oh, my God.
Why didn't you ask AJ about the KFC story? Is it because I'm black, Tom?
Yes, it's exactly why. It's also why I didn't use that old a neighbor of mine took the word Snickers and used it in a different way. He was a
Yeah.
black man in America today. I could have done that, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying, too, don't
I
you?
know.
Just putting the candy bar's name
I love
and the
making
word
white-
please right
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, I love making white people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not uncomfortable at all. Believe me, I don't give a rat's ass. KFC's mac and cheese wrap is making its debut along with returning faves.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, all of a
Yeah,
sudden
I
you're
got
my
my
buddy.
attention now.
All of a sudden he's my
Yeah.
pal again. You see that?
Tell me more about
Next time,
Oh, Tom.
next time, lead with mac and cheese wrap.
Instead of KFC.
Yeah.
I can be honest with you though. I do like Popeyes more than KFC.
Oh, Popeyes is. I refuse to argue with black folks that think KFC is better.
You know that there are 5 Popeyes like all around my house. They like circle my house.
And they used to not be up here. Like
Right.
I remember, as of very recently, they weren't ever up here, and now it's glorious that
It
they
was
made their way.
Dr. What's his name had the first one over on Lake Street, right by 35W.
Yeah, I think that's the first one.
Poppy. That was interesting. All of a sudden, there's something moving next to me. Like, what the hell is that? It's a puppy. That's what. Yeah. Dr. John Nigerian. I believe he was the first one to bring a Popeyes up here.
Okay.
I don't know if you can check that out or not, if it didn't even show up. But KFC first introduced wraps in February 2023 with 2 flavors sold for a limited time. Now the wraps are making a comeback along with a new, all new variety, I should say. The fast food chain will be adding a chicken and macaroni cheese wrap to its menu.
I might have to-
Chicken and macaroni.
I might have to make a stop over at good old Popeye or KFC.
KFC. Might have to get in there today. Oh my God. Did you see the picture of it?
No.
Look at this. Look at that. That looks phenomenal.
No, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
It looks amazing, but I also got it like that's like a once in a while. That
Yeah.
should not be in your diet weekly, you know?
No.
Probably not.
You know, just to be
And
safe.
if you do like that wrap, it looks like. Have you ever been to Soul Bowl?
Yeah. Yep.
It looks like that kind of like
okay.
it has that kind of vibe.
It's delicious.
They don't do the wraps, but they have like
Oh.
where it's like the mac and cheese with the chicken and everything in it. That's delicious. And
Also
Frank-
at KFC.
yeah, the brownies.
He goes, oh, the brownies.
Oh, the brownies are good too.
God, I love that stuff. Why don't we just wrap it up? It's like 9:45. Just let's go home and
They open here pretty soon. We can just swing through on the way by.
we'll swing through on the way home. No, I'm telling you, that looks really good. KFC's mac and cheese wrap is making its debut along with returning faves. Yeah, that with the macaroni and the meat and the wrap and the whole, that looks really good. And then they got solid pieces of chicken in a wrap too, not just cut up pieces of chicken. They got a solid piece of breaded chicken in a wrap.
Yeah.
You'd go for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you can't if you
You know what I'm
mix. I don't care what the restaurant is. Like if you mix mac and cheese with like fried chicken and like I'm gonna at least think about trying it. Like I'm not just gonna glaze over that.
What's stopping
Yeah.
them from mixing some like mashed potatoes in there too? You know.
Oh,
Well, KFC used to do those famous bowls. Do you remember those?
I remember them. I never had them. Did you?
They used to put the biscuit at the bottom.
Oh,
with
yeah.
like
Yep.
the mashed potatoes and gravy and corn and chicken. Oh my gosh, it was high school Tevin should have been like 300 pounds.
How much were you? 298?
No, I was like 185.
185 at what? 6'4"?
Yep.
That's
And
a
then-
little light.
Yeah, and then went to college and gained like 30 pounds in a year.
All booze.
No, it was all like going into the weight room, and my football coach.
Oh,
was
you
like,
did?
Yeah, my football coach was like, "We're gonna make you gain a bunch of weight, otherwise you're gonna die." And
Was that North Dakota?
Yep, NDSU.
NDSU, baby. What position did you play?
I was like a wide receiver, tight end.
Why weren't you the quarterback?
No, absolutely not.
You don't want to get smoked?
I mean, one, just not a good enough of an arm, and
Okay.
I don't know. I loved Randy Moss and Chris Carter as a Vikings fan growing up, and
Sure.
so that's where I was like, yeah, I want to be out there.
Mo, definitely. God, Randy Moss. I used to love watching that guy.
Oh, he was like the greatest receiver, and for my money, the greatest receiver of all time.
I would have to come pretty close to agreeing with you on that one. He was I loved it when he faked pulling his pants down in Green
Yeah,
Bay.
well, I mean, he's got the shirt on for it.
Oh,
now.
you do? I didn't even notice that. Wait a minute, I gotta take my glasses off. I didn't even notice you were wearing that. That's amazing.
And I loved that moment because I believe it was Monday Night Football. It was either Monday night or Sunday Night Football.
I think so, yeah.
And the rumor was that there were Packer fans that mooned the Vikings bus as they were coming in, so that's why he did it. But then, like the audio of it, when you hear Joe Buck, like that is the most disgusting.
Oh,
it's like, oh, just get over yourself.
Relax. And he didn't really pull his pants down.
No.
I'll give him credit because Joe Buck has come back. And
He
pretty
has,
much,
yeah.
he said
Yep.
like I overreacted in the
Yep.
moment. But he was so like fresh into the football commentating world that he's
Mhm.
like, I almost need to like overcommit to just not liking this so that I can like stay as a corporate guy, you
Yeah.
know? So he said, but yeah, in hindsight, it's a fun moment. It's an all-time moment. And yeah, iconic.
What's his father's most famous line in his entire announcing career?
And
'Cause
we'll
Je-
see you
tomorrow night. That's it, baby.
For like a World Series
in the
Kirby
Minnesota
Puckett,
Twins.
Game 6, baby.
Game 6, Kirby Puckett. You're absolutely right. Jack Buck, who was a very nice guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Really pleasant. I've never met Joe, but Jack was a really nice guy. We have a break here, do we not?
We do.
I'm going to take a break, be right back. We're coming up on Mary Mack. We're coming up on Kristyn Burt. We're coming up on Jim McMahon. All of that in the next hour. Be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at tombernardshow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bashioum Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bashioum Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. we bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. Get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, hosting a dating life debrief with friends, a time-honored tradition, so much so that over 75% of surveyed singles say they discuss their dating life with friends multiple times a month. See, I never would do that. We talked about that earlier. I'm going to discuss my dating life with my friends. None of your business, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even like if you dated somebody and broke up and then somebody asked you about it, you wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, here's what happened.
No,
No.
it's none of their business. That's only because it was usually me that got kicked out. That's why it's none of their business. You see what I'm saying? What? We broke it? Oh, it was a great breakup. It was not a problem at all.
And then she said, I'm not your type.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I've heard it. I'm not your type, Tom. Oh, okay. In any case, to assist today's singles in their dating deliberators in deeming if someone is worthy of a like, Tinder, the world's most popular. We talked about this earlier, but I wanted to jump back into it because apparently, like, everybody's getting involved in your Tinder now. And why would that be?
Yeah. So from what I saw, it was like somebody else can go like, oh, I think this person would be good for you. I like this person. I don't like that person.
Yeah.
And it feels, I don't know. It feels like people would just be influenced based off of who their friends like in their dating life. And unless your friends like really, really, really know who you are and what type of person you're into, it probably isn't going to be as beneficial.
Yeah. I have a feeling that some of these, I feel like this is going to turn into like a joke too.
Yeah.
You know,
really?
Like, you know, if Tevin and I are friends or whatever, and we're both on the app, and he's like, "Oh, this girl's got just a beak on her, just the biggest nose,
the biggest." Beak.
You know who'd be funny to
nice.
Recommend this to?
Right.
AJ, and then like send it over, and then
Yep.
Oh,
Like,
is that what they do?
well,
yeah.
That's what I'm just imagining, like how this is going to be spun, because I'm sure there are going to be people that are like, you know what, I don't see interest that I have with this girl, but I think Tevin might like her because of, you know, she's big into cooking, and I know Tevin's a big cooker and stuff like that. So, you know,
yeah. Or like if I knew like AJ didn't like Donald Trump and some girl had a picture of like Donald Trump is in the background or like pro whatever, I'd be like, oh, this would be funny because I know AJ will hate this, and now I'm going to send it his way.
Do you know, by the way, when the vote is today, that they're saying there's a possibility Tom Emmer could become Speaker of the House, which I think would be a great choice because he's a very centrist kind of guy. Matter of fact, I gotta track down his number again and give him a call and have him on the show. Did you talk to Steve Simon yesterday?
I didn't get an opportunity because I got caught up watching my 8-month-old friend, or 8-month-old friend, my friend's 8-month-old son. But I will call him today.
Yeah, I'd like to get him booked on it because I'd like to get his opinion. Another guy. Now, see, there you go. You got Tom Emmer, who's a Republican, very even keel. You got Steve Simon, who's a Democrat, very even keel. We do have people that can handle this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it just says that at some point this morning they're going to be voting.
I've got some like updates, I guess. Representative Allen says he won't vote for Emmer on the floor. That's Rick Allen. He told CNN that he would not vote for Emmer on the floor. Then 3 minutes ago, Trump's posture on Emmer's speaker bid shifted after his tweet. Former President Donald Trump's posture shifted in the last 12 hours, according to two sources. While there's a lot of fraught between many in the history between allies and Emmer, Trump had privately and publicly indicated he would stay neutral in the speaker race. But Monday morning, Multiple sources described him as uninvolved and unfocused in the happenings in the House. I guess that shifted a little bit, and he's not been a friend to Trump for the past 4 or 5 years.
Right.
But now he's painting himself as the Trump candidate or Trump whisperer, and it's not not true. So
what does that mean?
I don't know.
It's Trump whisperer. What is that?
It sounds like it's one of those, hey, we're going to try to prop you up to get some votes here. So now we have to kind of shift your image to appeal to get the votes needed. Because what do they need? Like 217 to like get it confirmed and everything like that. So I don't know. It's a whole clown show over there right now.
It really is. Do you think he's too centrist to get elected?
Tom, I'll be honest with you. I don't know enough about his politics to have an opinion on that.
He's a very, very well. Again, he is the one that went with Biden on the election, and that's why Trump hates him.
My biggest connection with him is I actually went to college and worked with his daughter, Katie, at St. Cloud. She's incredibly talented. She's actually the in-studio host now for a lot of Valley Sports North stuff.
Oh, really?
Like Twins and Timberwolves stuff. Yeah, she's tremendous. But Tom, I don't know too much about him and his politics.
Really nice guy. Played golf with him a couple of times. Really straight ahead. Well, that's the one problem I got. I'm moving more and more toward the middle. I've been a Democrat in my life, been a Republican. I was never, I don't think, too extreme on either side.
Yeah.
But now the extreme sides of both parties have driven me right back to the center of the earth, which I think is a good thing, actually. Being a centrist, I like that. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I feel like most people lean anyways. They're just not represented as like vocally in like the political world.
Why do you think it is the United States that people like, of a certain age, younger people, what is with the hating the Jews deal? Where the hell did that come from?
I don't know. It's like the hating of the Jews, and when like the Asian hate was the big
Asian
thing
hate too,
too.
yeah,
And I was like, why? Like, what happened? Where now all of a sudden we hate these people? Like, why?
Why do you hate? Look, I don't know any Palestinians, so I can't say that I hate Palestinians. I don't know any.
Right.
I don't hate anybody. I don't like a lot of things that people do.
Right.
But maybe if we didn't hate one another, we could get back to the center. Nice. That'd be good.
Yeah. And especially because hate, it's such a strong emotion. Like, it's not like, what do you mean you hate them? Like, it ruins your day to see a Jewish person walk down the street. Like, what are you talking about? Like, makes no sense.
I mean, think about that. Honest to God. I mean, I'm not wild about Gelfand, but
Right. But that's Gelfand. It's not because he's Jewish.
There's just so many other things about Gelfand.
Drag the whole argument down, No, I just don't understand where all of a sudden all these colleges have started stabbing Jews right in the back. What the hell is that?
Yeah, and a lot of times it's like when Nick Cannon, because you'll get celebrities that will say things, and like Nick Cannon went on a big anti-Jew rant, and it was like he worked for Viacom at the time, and it's like, do you understand who cuts your paycheck every time? Like it's a Jewish person, like that's run by the Jewish community,
and I don't understand that. And that came up, one of our former coworkers, they ran these commercials that are very offensive, and did you cash your paycheck? Oh yeah, you did. That's right.
Right.
So if you have such a position, what are you doing cashing your paycheck?
Yeah, and if you want to dig into like companies and who's morally does this or doesn't agree with you politically, have fun. You probably can't even drink water, because I'm sure there's somewhere along the line that came from somebody that didn't like what you like.
You know how hard that position is for me, because I grew up in a neighborhood that was Catholic, Black, and Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
We all got along great. Everything was wonderful. It was not like we all just gathered together in the street or anything like that. We got along just fine. So for me to hear all these people, have you ever met a Jew? That's the one question I have for everybody. Do you even know one Jew to be able to say something like you just said? It's disgusting.
Right. And especially because I've met Jewish people, but like every day walking down the street, I'm not like, oh, there's a Jew. There's like, it's just, there's like some person, that happens to be Jewish. Like, just come on
down, right? Just relax. Everything will be good. Do you know, as a young man, what is driving all this?
No, I would assume that it's like money driven, but I don't understand how the average person makes money off of hating anybody else.
I don't get it.
It's like, because if as a corporation, like I could see if like, okay, like the billionaire 1%, okay, we need to get everybody to hate this demographic because somehow it makes us money. Like, okay, yeah, there's puppet masters behind the scenes, but like as far as like, you're a waitress at some restaurant and you hate Jewish people, like how does that help you and benefit you?
Yeah, how does it? Exactly. It's a very good point. Yeah, this needs to stop. I was shocked by starting to read that from some of our biggest institutions saying very anti-Semitic things. I just don't understand how you can take one side. First of all, you're not even involved in the argument. So once you shut up, right from the get. But I tune in the news and it's this hate the Jews, this and tear down. They were tearing down pictures of missing children because they were Jews.
Like people just need to start minding their own business. Like
that
when
would
it doesn't,
be really nice.
like there's certain things that happen that like have nothing to do with me, and it's like
Right.
okay, like the Palestinian and the conflict that's going on right now. It's like okay, yeah, you can have an opinion on it, but it's like then I'm not like dying on one side or the other because it really, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't have anything to do with me.
I'll give you another example. I know tons of Jews where I grew up and in the business and all the rest of it. I know very, very few. I don't know if I know any Palestinians. I don't know. They didn't live here, all the rest of it. So therefore, why would I have an opinion about Palestinians when I don't know any?
And especially like, I don't think that if you put like a Palestinian person in front of me and somebody that was lived in a country neighboring Palestine, I don't know that I would be able to necessarily tell those two cultures apart. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
it's Middle Eastern.
Right. Like, and it's not like, and it's just because of my own nativity. Like, I don't know, I don't think that the average person could just like, oh, yep, that's a Palestinian and I hate you because of that, as opposed to something.
And they got, this and they got that, and they got the different groups. No, I just don't understand how you can have such a strong opinion about people you don't even know.
No.
That's got to be difficult, I would think. Don't you think?
Yep.
It'd be hard to do.
And especially because they're like everybody, especially when they live in different parts of the world, are living such a completely different life than you are. And they have a reason for doing certain things, whether it's to survive or even like in Minneapolis. Like if you live downtown compared to Wyzetta, you're going to have a different way of life because you have to do different things every day. So,
and the only there's one caveat to my whole argument. I have never cared for Mark Rosen.
Yeah, the most unlikable person.
Guys, who could like Marky Rosen? I just don't get it. Little Marky Rosen. I love the fact that people at the very beginning, Mark is like 6'6".
Mark is huge. I met Mark Rosen a couple times, and yeah, he's just ginormous.
I said, lock the door.
Right.
I told AJ to lock the door. He didn't listen to me. Look at that.
I was like a mouse in one of those like those mazes trying to find this place. I can't believe.
You big baby. You take the elevator, you walk down, take a right.
I asked everybody where you lived.
Where I live?
I can't find them. I've been walking this circle. I bet you I walked that circle 3 times, and I must have just walked. Is there a secret tunnel? Am I in a secret tunnel?
Yes, you're in a secret tunnel.
I'm so sorry. You guys were having a serious conversation.
No,
and
this is perfect.
No, we just don't. It's not a serious conversation, Mary. It's a situation where if you don't even know someone, how can you hate them?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
I don't know. I go by love everybody until they do something to your car.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Ladies and gentlemen, Mary Mack with us. God, it's good to see you after all. It's been 3 years.
It's been so long, and I was so excited to come in today, and I'm not around much, and I just want to say thank you. I brought you guys a couple t-shirts. I only have 2 sizes left, so I was like, well, I don't know. Somebody,
they're both extra small.
Somebody, I just was like, this is unusual because I'm like just busy, like as you all are, and to be in town, and I'm getting a lot done today. I get to do the Tom Barnard podcast, and then I'm going to see a friend for lunch. That never happens. And then I'm doing I hope to God it's the final fixes of recording session time for my cartoon, and I say that, but I'm gonna knock on wood because they're gonna come up with more pickups to do. I'm sure.
How long you been on that show now?
Well, they're gonna put out their 5th season, so yes, I'm so happy. So, Solar Opposites is what it's called, and I don't know. You never know what happens with that stuff, but it's how I get my health insurance. So I really, it's how Tim gets his health insurance.
How's
so,
he doing, by the way?
Yeah, he says hello.
Tell
he
him to
was
get his ass in
excited.
here.
He would love to. He was so excited I was going to see you guys and the dogs. So
Yep. Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy. Oh gosh. So yeah, what the new digs? How long you guys been in here?
3 years.
3
Or is
years.
it 3 or 4 years, Andy? I think it's 3 years, isn't it?
I think 3.
I believe that's probably true. Yeah, because we were downtown right above
Yeah.
Acme before
Yeah.
for a long time.
Man, there's a lot of parking here. There's a lot of parking out on the side of town.
They got no parking down by Acme anymore, do you?
Yeah, well, people are afraid of that lot. So actually, there's
That
always
lot?
that little lot. People for some reason don't want to park. I think because the
Really?
machine is always broken.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I go by the rule for the parking machine. If it's broken, they can't tow you. And so far, I've been real lucky, and I've been getting quite a bit of free parking.
Listen to you making all this dough. Now she wants free parking.
I know.
Perks of the job.
I want my free parking. So yeah, I'm very happy to see you guys.
So tell me how this all happened with you now, big shot TV star.
I'm not a big shot. I
said you are.
I think so.
That's kind. That's kind. I don't. It's just comedy. People hear your voice, and then you know how you start out in entertainment. You're a young person, and I'm not a young person anymore. But they always say, "Oh, you got to do
like
this."
31?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll be 31 forever. But they say, "Oh, you got to do this you want people to hear you and see you," and it usually never really pans out for people. But I've been really fortunate where people have heard me or seen me on a show and will remember me, like a show you're probably losing money on, and then I just have angels where they do remember me, and then they offer me auditions, and I've been lucky enough to get a few of those auditions, So that's really when somebody says it's for exposure. I'm one of the few cases where it actually worked out.
No, it's a wonderful. And you don't have to deal with any SAG-AFTRA stuff, do you?
I do, but they're not strike because
I didn't think so, yeah.
SAG-AFTRA on where they really need to strike. I'm so sorry to talk about my union like this, but they're the dumbest union in the country.
Well, I'm a member forever.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like my brothers are in the pipe fitter union. They never would do it like we need to do it like the auto workers union does it. Oh, you're not going to give us this? Well, here's another 8,000 people out of this plant on strike. It's like we're doing it backwards, doing it like just trickling in more and more people allowed to work. Well, that's not how.
Right, there's like the opposite effect.
Yeah, we need to do this mob style. We need to be more mafioso about it and say, hey, you don't want us, then here's this, like they just took out that other Michigan plant. They're not working.
Right.
And so now people are going to start losing money.
I know.
And but the big people will start losing some money too. So they hopefully will do something about it.
How many strikes are there right now? How many different jobs are striking now?
Everybody's on strike. I think we're actually thinking about going on strike.
What's your union?
I'm my union. Yeah, I'm not in any.
You're going on strike against me.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying.
I'm just going to strike. Yeah, the Tom Barnard show.
Got Mary Mack in studio. Now they're going on strike.
I just got here and I'm already on strike.
Way to go.
Yeah, well, you got the writers union got what they wanted because they're the brains behind the operation. I'm like, the actors without the writers, that's not going to go so well.
Right, yep.
But luckily, I'm hoping they do because animators might go on strike. And that means,
that'd be
how
tough.
much content there is, animation content.
yeah.
So that would actually maybe get some results. But I mean, seriously, it's like Netflix and Hulu. They're the most popular ways to see a movie or to see a show,
Yep.
And then the royalties they're basically non-existent royalties from that.
Oh.
So it's like SAG seems to do things to protect the people who already have money, who don't really need that much money.
I agree.
Like features and all this and network people, like they're like they're doing pretty good if you're you've been at it a while and you're a big time actor. But the people like me who are playing like, you know, car number 5 and this video game or whatever, and there's no royalties on that. And then the streaming royalties, even though it's the most viewed platform, it's barely anything. So so yeah, and I feel like my contract is pretty decent, right? Like the people I work for are very fair, and but there's a lot of people who don't have the good contract to start with, so they're just blowing their voice out and not getting anything on the replays. I'm gonna grab a tissue real quick. Sorry, I'm not crying.
You made her tear up. It's all true. I finally saw Tom again. I'm weeping. That's what it is. My old buddy. I was trying to think, just very quickly. The last time we were together was in the studio over at the Itasca building. That was several years ago, a few years ago.
Yep.
And there were about 7 of us at the table, this table, as a matter of fact. And somebody said something, and I can't remember who it was, but you went, "What?" I will never forget that. You were like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Sometimes the up north comes out, no matter no matter how hard you try to keep it in. But yeah, I've been on your show with so many interesting people. The one that I was really sad to miss was do you still have does Rocco Mediate still live in the area?
Yeah,
Does
he still lives around here.
Yeah, I was like such a big Rocco Mediate fan
really?
on golf. That was the only reason I would ever watch the golf, because of those. He wears all these fashions.
Oh, yes, he does. There's no doubt about that.
Cool belt.
He's got his own show on Sirius XM now.
Oh, cool. I have to tell Tim that. Yeah.
Yep, he does.
Yeah, we were big fans. And
I'd call him and have him on right now, but he's probably not awake at 10 o'clock in the morning. God, yeah, Rocco's very, very busy now. He's doing a Sirius XM show. He's got all kinds of stuff. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Oh, cool.
I haven't seen anybody in a long time because of COVID.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so cool that he has that show. It's like him, and then a couple of those other golfers are such characters. The Phil Mickelson videos and all that.
Oh yeah.
Videos.
They're like the older people that like discovered like TikTok and Instagram type of thing, and they're like, oh, well, now I got to make these videos and be cool. And trendy.
Yeah. So I think I'm watching like videos like that more than I am watching actual television. I'm like, first obsession is dog videos on Instagram, and then like how to. I'm for how little I play golf. It's amazing how many golf videos I watch. Phil Mickelson, where you hit a golf ball one direction and it goes behind you instead it goes the other way with that spin.
Yep.
I was like, oh, someday, Tim.
Out of a bunker.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I think I know what Dad was talking about.
What was that?
But you say the Korean barbecue.
Oh, Korean barbecue is phenomenal.
Are they the ones that eat dog?
What? Who's the racist now?
I remember that. Who's
Andy,
the
could you play it
racist
one more
now?
time? Yeah. Oh, we're getting there.
Yep.
You got to play it again because you got to hear the last Mary Mack line.
No.
It's wonderful.
Can do.
But you say the Korean
That's
barbecue.
Philip Wise.
Oh, Korean barbecue is phenomenal.
Are they the ones that eat dog?
What? Who's the racist now?
No, baby.
What a great voice he's got.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
such a
that
great
was like
voice. Yeah.
almost. That has to have been like 8 years ago. at
Yeah, it was
least.
about 8 years ago,
It
probably.
was a long time ago.
Yeah, time goes faster and faster, doesn't it?
Sure does.
It's just amazing. But
Until you have a cold, then it slows way down.
Andy's got a cold.
That's hard. You guys are going. No, I commiserate with it because you guys are on every day, all day, and doing your thing. And then like, luckily I'm not on every day, all day. So if I get sick, my odds are pretty good that I don't have to go on the air.
Yeah, that's good.
But you guys can't get out of it.
I just love to this day That was probably, you're right, 7-8 years ago. What?
Yeah.
I try so hard to tamp it down.
It's the greatest.
I try to keep it inside, but sometimes it comes out.
Now, how long do you have today?
I gotta get scooting by 11, but
Perfect timing.
yeah, because I got a lot of questions. No, I'm just kidding.
No, because
Just
Catherine
taking
comes
over.
in to do the family show, starts at 11:05 now, so you can see on the way out.
On the way out. Okay, cool. You know what? One of my favorite things in life is seeing your wife and your daughter just show up randomly at like they'll just be at a charity event.
Yep.
And then I'm always like, oh my gosh, Alex, where did you get that outfit? Because she's really savvy at like she really looks good. She knows what looks good. And then I never write it down of where she got something. And she even knows places where you can rent clothes.
That's
but
true.
I see them at the dog charity show. We do this spay and neuter deal, and I don't know where it's at this year, but it's so cool to run into familiar faces when you come into a situation. You're like, I don't know how I'm going to make this work out, and then you see somebody you know, and then it's all okay again.
It is. We got to take a quick. I'm really happy you're going to be here until 11 because I know
Yay.
Catherine. Alex is not coming in today. She's an assistant teacher now.
Oh God,
at grade school.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. She's got a good personality for it, so that's great.
Yeah, that's true. We'll take a very quick break. Be right back. Now, when Kristyn Burt comes on, she's going to do entertainment news. So the two of you doing entertainment news should be great.
She's gonna make fun of me.
No,
I'm out of the loop. Totally out of the loop. I don't know. I still don't. I don't know who anybody is anymore. But I'll do my best.
It's going to be the greatest because during the whole thing, I'm going to keep going. What?
Yeah.
It's going to be wonderful. We'll be right back. Kristyn Burt joins us.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialki from Bialki Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialki Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkilaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We got Tevin in studio. We got Andy in studio. We got Mary Mack in studio and Kristyn Burt on the line.
Live in my closet from Los Angeles.
In her closet from Los Angeles. Having the two of you, I don't think the two of you ever been on together before?
We have not.
I didn't think so.
I'm excited to learn more about pop culture, Kristyn. I usually have to come out of the woods to get supplies, so this is going to be quite educational for me.
Well, this is good. I mean, we could be here all day, and Tom will probably take a nap if we talk too much pop culture.
No.
Sometimes he's like, don't mention that name. But today is a very big day, actually, for celebrity memoirs and pop culture books. I'm sure everyone has seen the headlines about Britney Spears, The Woman in Me. But John Stamos also has a memoir coming out today. There's a great look back at Ryan's Hope, the classic soap opera. And this one I think is the most interesting, and it's not getting enough buzz. Opposable Thumbs, How Siskel and Ebert Changed Movies Forever.
Oh, God, yeah.
And I feel like their work and their film criticism, which completely changed the entertainment industry in the game, I think this is the book to get. Because we've already read the entire Britney Spears book without even holding it, because every headline has spilled the beans on that story.
That is now, Chris, I have to ask you a question. How long can you be on today?
I can be on as long as you need me.
Well, because Jim McMahon's coming on at 10:30, so I'd love to hear Mary Mack and Kristyn Burt interviewing Jim McMahon, legendary quarterback. This is going to be phenomenal.
Do you know what my question's going to be?
What?
What are your thoughts on Travis and Taylor?
I like that.
And I want to be also like, hey, I finally know what a tight end is in football, thanks to Taylor Swift. So
that's true.
I've had to type Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce more times than you can possibly imagine in the past few weeks.
You know what's funny is he's a really good actor. I didn't know that guy was a football player. I saw some commercial he was in. I don't even know what it was for.
Yeah, he is in a commercial.
And you know what? The commercial was really good. And I was like, oh, that guy's a really good actor. They did a great job. And then I also found out who he was because of Taylor Swift.
He hosted Saturday Night Live already, and he's got some good comedic timing. So if he's looking for his post-football career, I think Hollywood has a wide open door if he's interested.
Yeah, well, before he started dating Taylor Swift, he had his reality dating show that he was on, Catching Kelsey. So he's not one to shy away from this limelight at all.
Yeah. See, he's got some practice.
And I think he's in a Pfizer pro-vaccine commercial. He caught a little bit of flack for that from people because they're like, whatever, the vaccine's always a touchy subject. But so he's everywhere.
Wait, did you just say Taylor Swift is dating Jim McMahon?
No.
Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer would be even weirder.
Yeah. That'd be even weirder. You're absolutely
but she's totally Kelsey's type. He loves blondes, so and he likes them younger, so his current wife better watch out.
Are you loving his new show? Because I think the new Frasier is terrific.
It's fantastic. And I was telling you all that week, you're going to watch it. And you're like, no. And I was like, I promise you, this is one of the reboots that is done extremely well. And I think it helps when you have the original creators and when people don't try and reinvent the wheel. Like, what did we love about Frasier? That is what you need to deliver when it comes to nostalgia. Because if you start having them do too many things that are outside of the character, and that's what the problem is with And Just Like That, which is the Sex and the City reboot. They have the characters doing things that don't make any sense. And I think it's why people hate watch it versus love watch it like people are doing with Frasier.
Seriously, I'm glad you steered me that direction because it's very, very good. There's no question about that. Some really good television now.
Good. What channel is the new Frasier on?
Paramount Plus.
Yep. CBS. That was on CBS originally, wasn't it? I think.
It was an NBC property
Oh, it's
originally,
NBC.
but it was owned by Paramount. So it was one of those kind of
Oh,
confusing
okay.
things. And we've had
Yeah.
mergers along the way. They did air the first 2 episodes of Frasier on CBS, just kind of as a little push to get people to subscribe to Paramount Plus.
Wow. Smart. What other shows? There's another show on Paramount Plus that I really have been wanting to get. Now that I know of 2 shows I want to see, I'll actually subscribe, right? It takes 2 shows.
2 shows.
2 shows, that's it.
Well,
That's your limit. You're like 2 and I'm in.
Yeah, that's right. And anytime I want to watch Deadwood again, I go onto HBO. I loved that Deadwood show so much.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. Just it's going to reach a point. We had talked about free ad-supported television, how that's going to actually eclipse subscription television. But what are those networks you're always going to keep? I feel like HBO is going to be one. Families, Disney Plus is going to be one, and Netflix, which is kind of just the originator of this whole streaming format, is probably also going to survive. And I think Hulu is excellent too. Hulu is one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, I like a lot of shows on Hulu. I don't really watch my own show, but I enjoy other people's.
I don't like my own show.
I find it hard to watch yourself because I think that is often
I think it'd be
where
weird.
people have challenges.
Oh yeah. Hi.
Ralph Bashioum just walked in the studio as well. We got the.
It's like the Brady Bunch. All the squares just continue to grow.
That's right. There'll be 9 of them at the end. It'll be.
I know. Like on Tuesdays, especially, all of a sudden it's like 12 people if you blink.
You have the center square of Hollywood Square.
You do.
Yeah. Kristyn, you mentioned Britney Spears' memoir earlier. I saw a headline where she kind of dived into her 55-hour marriage. I guess I was unaware that she was ever married for just 55 hours. What's the backstory behind all that, and how deep does she go into that?
Well, here's the interesting thing. She was married to a childhood friend. They went to Vegas and they got caught up in that, like, hey, let's get married. Ironically, his name is Jason Alexander. And so Jason Alexander from Seinfeld had to be like, I did not marry Britney Spears in Las Vegas when this happened.
I love that.
Yeah. And of course, her team freaked out about this. I mean, it was such an impulsive decision. But the guy walked away with about $400,000 just to get out of there. And, because they obviously had the marriage annulled. But for someone who was only married to her for 55 hours, that's kind of a nice payday.
I would marry Britney Spears I would divorce him and marry Britney Spears for 55 hours if I could get $400,000. Are you kidding me?
It's like a
Yeah,
reality.
and then get remarried to your husband like the next day. It's
Oh my
fine.
gosh. I totally, please count me in when you run that program.
I would just go over to St. George, not divorce my wife, marry Britney Spears, have polygamy, and just cash it all in.
Yeah.
It's a spiritual marriage. That's all you need to say.
Jim McMahon on the phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, legendary Jim McMahon with us. How you doing, sir?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice talking to you, young man. Jim McMahon calling this morning, joining the Vikings great Tommy. I just went to a hockey game on Saturday night with Tommy Kramer. I got to tell you, Jim, I think the world of that guy. What a nice man.
Yeah, he's always been a lot of fun. It was great to play against him and to get to know him over the years. It's been great. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Oh, yeah, no question about that. But it's a big thing. Jim joining the Vikings great quarterback Tommy Kramer. It is Friday night, Route 47 Event Center in Fridley. It's on University Avenue for a ticketed event of fun and music with Tom Petty tribute band Free Fallin'. Tickets are as low as $15 a person. You can get yours at TommyKramer9.com. That's TommyKramer9.com. Details about what's going on there is available at TommyKramer9.com as well. Jim McMahon with us. Jim, that just amazes me as I look back. The Super Bowl, it seems like it was about 4 or 5 years ago, Jim, but it was a little longer than that.
Yeah, it's damn near 40. Because my oldest daughter was only a year and a half at the time, and my son had just been born. He was probably less than a year as well. So, and now my oldest daughter's 40, so it's been quite a while.
So what's going on with you, Jim? Everything's good in life, I'm hoping?
Well, it's I've been dealing with a bad foot for the last 2 years, actually.
God.
I had just a very simple surgery. I played on a broken ankle for years. They kept telling me it wasn't broke.
Yep.
And so I got to the point I couldn't walk anymore. So they basically just shaved a little bone off my ankle, took a couple bone spurs out, and a week later my foot exploded from an infection. So I had 2 more emergency surgeries, and then they talked about cutting my leg off. They saved the leg. I've had 6 surgeries since in the last 23 months. So and I'm still not walking. And so it's been hell.
Oh my God, Jim! And
I've been complaining about my one surgery.
Yeah, exactly. You had 6.
Yeah, this is the most simple one I've ever had. I had 19 prior to this, and never had a problem, never had an infection, and I think it's all this gain of function research these fools are doing. Penicillin doesn't work anymore, so they've got all these super bugs.
Yeah,
it is true.
Yeah, and back in like '85 when you guys were making your Super Bowl run, the answer was always, just rub some dirt on it and get back out there.
Oh yeah. Tape an aspirin to it, and you're good to go.
That's the whole deal. Now, Kristyn and Mary Mack are in studio with us. Well, Kristyn's in Los Angeles.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mary, you said you had a question for Jim.
Oh, I do. I actually have 2 questions.
Oh, you have 2 questions. Okay, Kristyn first.
Yeah. I'll start with the nostalgia question actually first, because do you have any great memories of you guys filming Super Bowl Shuffle?
Yes.
Because I can still
Yep.
recite, "We're not here to cause any trouble. We're just doing the Super Bowl Shuffle." Like, I still remember that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that won't go away.
I'm sorry to remind you of it.
I was gonna say,
I don't have any memories of filming it. Well, I did. Walter Payton and I didn't go to the filming actually.
Oh.
Because when this thing was brought to us, it said, "Look, we're going to make a record. This is what they told us. And the proceeds were going to go and feed the homeless for Thanksgiving and Christmas, which we thought was a good thing for Chicago. So we agreed to do a record. And so we all did the guys that had speaking parts, we went into a studio, did our deal. And then about 2 weeks after that, they came to us and said, "Oh, now we have to do a video." And we're like, "No, that wasn't part of the deal."
And this is the height of the MTV generation, just to throw that out there.
Right. And we're still had 5 games to go. The season wasn't even over yet.
Oh, God.
And so, and then they decide to film this thing the day after we lose our only game that year on a Monday night in Miami. And so we get home probably 3 or 4 in the morning from Miami. The guys had to be at the studio at 8 or 9. They were there, I think, for about 8 hours. And Walter and I didn't go. And so they came to us about another week after that and said, "Okay, if you guys don't do your parts, we're going to have to sue you."
Oh, God.
Oh, this is some serious tea.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened behind the scenes people don't know about.
Yeah, well,
so what you see on that screen is a pissed off white man doing his thing.
I'm so glad I asked.
After practice one day in the racquetball court at Hallis Hall. That's where Walter and I did our whatever we did. And so that's why we're superimposed. That's why we're not in that line of all those guys with the rhythm.
The group shot.
Yeah, it was crazy, and then as people still bring it up. I mean, at the time it was, like I said, we had five games left in the season, so it was pretty ballsy. Yeah. But it turned out pretty good.
Yeah. And was there any reservations from any of your teammates to do it? Because athletes are very superstitious, and to film essentially we're going to the Super Bowl song in the middle of the season is hey, we don't want to jinx the run we're going on. Was there any reservations to doing it?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of guys that said, "Hell no, we're not doing that." Yeah. I was very surprised that the guys that did it. I mean, Mike Singletary for one, because Mike was. Well, I mean, he was very, he still is a very religious guy, and he's very studious, and he was all about football. And to take the time out to do that was I thought was pretty cool of him. And like I said, it turned out great, but it could have, could have been worse.
Now you're part of pop culture history.
Well, we did get a gold record and a platinum video. So
Well, that's cool.
that goes for us.
Honest to God, Kristyn, you had one more question?
Oh, I did. Okay. And this is the timely one that everyone can't stop talking about. We need to know your thoughts on Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Oh, God.
I don't have any thoughts on it. I mean, I know my old friend Andy Reid is Travis's coach. That's all I pretty much know about that. Yeah, I don't follow all that. I don't keep up with that.
That was good. That was called like kind of doing a little shuffle there. No, I don't pay attention to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Super Bowl shuffled your way
The
right
Super
around
Bowl
that
shuffle.
question.
No
Well,
comment
yeah,
is a comment.
I'm not a big fan. I don't watch. I try not to watch any games, and it's just I got way more other things to do. I got 6 grandkids now. I get to see one of them. My youngest grandson, he actually moved up to Minnesota a couple months ago.
Oh.
My son's wife is from Minnesota, so I'll get to see them. And yeah, their baby was born in December. My youngest of 6 grandkids, so be nice to see him and try to hold him up. He's a pretty big kid.
Yeah, there you go. It's so funny you bring that up, Jim, because I have 3 grandkids now, 7, 5, and 2. And you want to talk, if there is a God, God sent them to me because I just love my grandkids. My children too, don't get me wrong, but grandkids are very special.
Yeah, they're great. My kids, I was very fortunate. I've got 2 girls and 2 boys, and I've never had a problem with my kids. And the grandkids I don't get to see very often. One of the grandkids lives here in Arizona. My oldest daughter lives here, and then the other 2, my other daughter lives in California with her 2 boys, and then my oldest son is in Chicago still with a girl and a boy, and then my youngest son is now in Minnesota. So I don't get to see them as often as I'd like. I got to see them all, and they were all together in July up in Lake Tahoe, which was nice. Got to see them all together there. And so, it's great when you get to see them, get them all riled up and send them home. So, yeah.
Get them riled, send them home. Now, the very highly rated interviewer, Mary Mack, is in studio with us as well. Mary, how many TV shows you got now? 2, you said?
Yeah, 2, but it's no Super Bowl shuffle. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not. Okay.
I was a great big fan. Like, we would do the Super Bowl shuffle in school, but what I want to know was Wildcats. Remember Wildcats, Goldie Hawn? You're too young.
No,
There's a football movie at the same year as the Super Bowl shuffle.
Really?
Goldie
I remember
Hawn.
that movie.
You remember?
Yeah.
Was that first before the Super Bowl shuffle, or was that inspired by the Super Bowl shuffle? Because they did their own kind of take on that
Super
recording.
Bowl shuffle came first.
It did. So you guys inspired that whole movie because they closed with their own version of Super Bowl.
Yeah, Wildcats was 86 actually. So they
Well,
had to
there's
be
been
by a year.
A lot of teams since have tried some of that. Did a couple videos. And I don't know how successful they were, but
the Vikings
yeah,
had
we're very fortunate.
Yeah. Do you ever think of starting your own TikTok channel, Mr. Jim?
Mr. Jim, I like that.
No, I try to stay off all that social media. I'm so glad that I wasn't around when we were playing.
Yeah.
Something else.
You're actually better off not being on social media.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Jim was kind of interesting.
I've got somebody that takes care of. My son used to do that for me, and I don't know who does it now. Well, I do, but I'm rarely on it. I'll look through that. Instagram once in a while. But other than that, it's just a waste of time for me.
You and I have that in common because I don't go on social media at all because I found out telling everybody who reached out to you to go F themselves got old.
Yeah, I mean, that's what my son told me when I started looking at it. He goes, Dad, people are going to say things.
Yep.
They've been saying things my whole life. Doesn't really bother me.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I just, I know you only got a couple more minutes with us, but I wanted to, and again, this is just a personal thing. I got nothing against the refrigerator Perry, but I still think Walter Payton should have been given that touchdown. What do you think?
Well, I've been asked that question a lot over the years.
I bet.
I always tell them the same. It's just New England's whole focus that week was we stop Walter Payton, we win.
Yep. Yep.
And they did a good job of containing Walter. You know, he carried the ball, I think, over 25 times. We gave it to him down on the goal line a few times. But like I said, their whole focus was we stop them, we win. And I think we could have gave it to him 100 times. I don't know if he would have scored.
Yeah. Okay.
Just because of the focus they had. You know, I tell people, look at the first play of the second half. I think we were backed up on our 4-yard line, and we run a play action pass. And it was not even a good fake to Walter. And there's about 6 guys chasing him. And, you know, Willie was going up the middle of the field, and I underthrew it about a yard, or he probably would have went 96 for a touchdown. But that's the kind of influence he had on the game. I mean, he made everybody else around him better because all their focus was on Walter. Everybody else had a pretty big day because of that. He was hurt about it. I didn't really know how upset he was for years. You know, I talked to Matt Suey, who was probably his closest friend.
Sure.
And then also his son Jared, and they said, yeah, he was really bummed. And I'm like, I couldn't understand it because, you know, the game was a blowout. I would have much rather thrown 2 or 3 touchdown passes than run a couple in. But I was just happy we got a win. You know,
sure.
That was the focus of the whole team that year, was just win the Super Bowl.
So Jim,
it wasn't like we went away. You know, the next year we were 14-2.
Right.
We were pretty damn good, and unfortunately we lost. We had home field advantage the next 3 years, and we lost at home 3 years in a row in the playoffs. So that was very unfortunate for that team.
No question about it. But I tell you, Jim, I'm very, very happy to have you on, especially with Kristyn and Mary being in studio, everybody that's here. You were one of those guys, you had a job and you focused on it and you did your job. And I remember watching you as a much younger man at that time, Jim, but I always admired your work ethic. You were there. It was all about doing the job and you got it done, Jim. No doubt about it.
Well, when I could play, I mean, hell, I was hurt most of my career, but we did have a fairly decent year the year I was up in Minnesota. We went to the playoffs anyway. We had a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I enjoyed playing. I got to play for 7 teams. Got to play with a lot of great players. You know, some good coaches, some not so good. But you know, I had a good time. 15 years. You know, I could have played longer, but I promised my oldest daughter, because we moved everywhere I went. After Chicago, my family moved with me for 6 months, and then they would always go back to Chicago after Christmas break and go back to their other schools. I promised her that when she got to high school that I'd quit, and then we'd all stay in one place, and you can all graduate from the same place. Because I had to move in high school, which really sucked. I mean, I was a junior in high school. Yeah. I went from California to Utah, which was quite a culture shock. And I was starting as a sophomore in California, so all the coaches wanted me to stay. My older brother actually got to stay in California and finish out his senior year. And since I had 2 years left, and my dad said, I'm not leaving 2 boys in California. I had a younger brother and 3 younger sisters as well. So he goes, yeah, I've got to go to Utah. So that's how I ended up there.
God, I think it's so wonderful that you were with every, at the time, NFC North team except for Detroit. Did Detroit get mad you didn't come and play with them as well?
Well, I always liked playing against Detroit. We never lost to them.
What was your answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess they're doing pretty good this year.
Yeah.
From what I heard, they had a pretty good. I guess they got spanked yesterday. I saw, but yeah,
it's true.
But other than that, yeah.
All right. Anybody with a closing question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. There's a restaurant that when you joined the team in Chicago, Sweetwater was there, and if you ever got over there, did you ever run into Sid Luckman, because he was involved with that group as friends?
Yeah, actually, I knew Sid when I first moved to Chicago. My attorney at the time had known Sid for quite a while, and so I got to spend many dinners with Sid. And what a good dude!
Yeah. My wife at the time was a close friend of Sid Luckman's, and particularly his girlfriend. Her name was Lindsay Kolb at the time. That was, and she spent a lot of time in Sweetwater and a lot of time with Sid and vacationing with him and his girlfriend in Miami and everything. Yeah, they were a great man, great man.
Yes, good people. A hell of a player too.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, and then the only question that I had was, so obviously Dick Butkus was before your time, but he was a Chicago legend, and obviously he just recently passed away. Did you have any run-ins with him or get to spend any time and get to know him at all?
Yeah, I got to know Dick pretty well. He actually did the radio for the Bears for a couple of years when I was there, and so and then I've seen him at different events over the years. So yeah, he was one of the best, if not the best. I mean, he played the position the way you're supposed to. I mean, tough man.
No question about it. Jim, in closing, let me just say that I was very lucky on Saturday night. I went to a hockey game, except for Buddy Becker showed up. I mean, that was the only downside, But no, Buddy showed up.
Buddy's everywhere. Everybody knows Buddy.
Everybody knows Buddy. Buddy's a good guy. But
I'm looking forward to seeing him too.
Yeah, Tommy Kramer came to the game, and it was so great. It was something else because he's standing out in the hallway at the Minnesota Wild hockey game. And I walked up and he stuck his hand out and I said, no. I gave him this big hug. And just to be able to hug Tommy Kramer, he is one of the nicest men, just laid back. He's such a great guy.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Jim, you're the best. I'm one of the best of all time in my view. I'll tell you that. I just loved your attitude toward the game. You wouldn't put up with any BS. I remember many years ago, I interviewed you on a different show, and one of my sidekicks asked you this really stupid question. You went, "What are you asking me that for? Shut up." I will never forget. I thought it was great. Mr. McMahon, thank you for your time, sir. And I will run down the stats again. Here's the deal. Jim is joining Vikings great Tommy Kramer, quarterback Tommy Kramer, just talking about him. It is this Friday night at Route 47 Event Center in Fridley on University Avenue for a ticketed event night of fun, music with Tom Petty tribute band Free Fall. And tickets are as low as $15 a person, and you can get yours at TommyKramer9.com. Details about what's going on there is available at TommyKramer9.com too. I tell you, Jim, just to hear that you were going to call in this morning. Love talking to legends, pal.
No problem. I enjoyed it. I look forward to coming up back to Minnesota and meeting some of the people that I got to play for.
It is terrific. Come back soon, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Jim McMahon, ladies. Here's the shuffle.
He spilled the tea on the shuffle.
He hated it. Hated it.
And now knowing that he was like, I do not want to do this makes it so much better.
He had to do it. They were gonna sue him if he didn't do it.
His own team's gonna sue it.
Yeah. What's
Everybody needs to go back and watch because now you can see all of his angst. Cool video now.
He's right at 2 minutes. So
2 minutes.
There you go.
We got to take a quick break. You guys can all come back to just close out the show in about 5 minutes. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, we'll be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bashioum Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bashioum Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bashioum Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Kristyn Burt still with us. That was very nice of you to hang out that extra time. I didn't know you were a big Jim McMahon fan.
I know nothing about football, but I know a lot about pop culture. And so when they cross over, I at least know that.
And it all worked out. I thought it was terrific. Now, Mary Mack being with us, what's on your agenda, sister?
I am going to be at Acme, and I think it's my 8th public album, Acme Comedy Company, November 8th through 11th. And I'm recording an album, and if I can fit a couple cameras in there, we'll make some video. So, but that's on my brain, and I'm looking forward to it. And the more people that listen, the sooner I can quit. So that's always that's always my goal.
Retirement.
I've only been doing comedy for I've been wanting to quit comedy for 22 years, and I've only been doing it for 20. So I came in burnt out, ready to no, but
that's girl math.
Yeah, it's girl math. I really I've had such a fun time doing it, and I still love doing it. But you don't want to. I got to figure out what else there is. I can't be traveling like this when I'm 10 years from now. I don't think I'll have the energy to do it. I just want to be in the woods, have a successful Etsy store, and I don't know. I don't think I'm a lifer. I don't.
What are you, 19
I'm not in
now?
charge. Yeah, I'm 31. As every year I come in here, I'm 31.
Every year.
I don't think I'm a lifer. I admired Bob Hope, George Burns, Carol Burnett, all those people. But also, don't you just want to go fishing sometimes? You know how it is, Kristyn. You just want to go out and catch a rainbow trout. There, in that LA river, you just.
I want to catch a pina colada by the pool.
Yeah.
Kristyn's not a big doesn't get fishing vibes.
Kristyn's not a big LA River kind of fan.
No, I'm really not. I'm I really am. I'm calling it my pina colada era. I just want to sit under an umbrella with the pina colada in my hands by the pool.
That's fantastic. I'll have a pina colada while I'm trout fishing. I'll do it.
There you go.
That's my era, my pina colada trout era.
There's got to be a reality show in there somewhere for you.
I do have a great. Hey, Kristyn, will you back this? I will have a great idea for a reality show. It's going to be me up in my 50-person town in the woods driving north. I want to call it Northwoods Uber and spell it OOBER. And nobody's got cell phone service up there. So what I'll do is I'll just have to put up posters for Mary's Northwoods Uber, and then that's like cash cab. You just have a camera in, and your people will get in, and they'll be like, "I just got off my shift at the smokehouse. we went through exactly 1 ton of whitefish, and can you get me to this wedding in time?" It's just like what will you get? It's like Ice Road Truckers, but Northwoods Uber.
Just remember, small towns have the hottest tea out there. So more everyone knows everyone's business, and there is good gossip to be heard.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I'm counting you as one of the investors.
Oh, there you go.
I just signed on as a producer.
Okay, so you're November 8th, you're at Acme.
Yeah, November 8th to 11th. So
8th to 11th,
Yep.
you're at Acme.
Yep.
And you're going to come in and see us again in 2 weeks?
well, guess what? I'm not even. I will. Yes, I'm hoping I can come and see you guys.
Don't give
I'm
me
not
that.
taking
She
excuses.
just double pumped on me. It's always great to boy.
It's
How many?
so cool to see everybody.
It is great to see you again. I really, and Mary, I'm not trying to bring anybody down here, but particularly since we lost so many buddies in that 3-year period.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
No question about it. So just to see you come in, Tim, you got to bring Tim in with you.
Yeah, that would be great. You could have you might have to get a counselor in if we're
Well, that's true. And then the TV shows.
Yeah, Kiff on Disney Plus, cute kids cartoon, and then the exact opposite is Solar Opposites
Solar
on
Opposites.
Hulu. Don't let your kids watch it.
They can watch the Disney one, but not the Hulu one.
Yeah.
It's so great to see you. You deserve your success. You've been very, very successful. And I must know you about 20 years now,
Yep.
don't I?
Yep.
God,
Yes.
isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Ever since she was 11, remember?
Yeah,
She was
ever
11
since-
years old. That's exactly right. Ever since she was 11 years old.
Thanks, Kristyn.
You're
I just
welcome. I've
realized
got
this.
your back.
I closed my laptop just so I could kind of look around, and I shut myself off the video stream. But whatever.
What happens?
I'll get over it. Right. Eventually, I'll somehow break through.
Soon you and Jim McMahon will have that TikTok show he's been wanting.
Yeah, he wants that TikTok show. Get his TikTok show rolling. Well, do come back if you can possibly stop by in a couple of weeks. I'd love to see you again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
It's
it.
always a great pleasure. Say hello to Tim for us because he's wonderful.
Will do.
Kristyn, what do you got coming up today?
I'm on my way to Dancing with the Stars tonight. They are
Shoot.
doing their big tribute to Len Goodman, the judge who passed away earlier this year from bone
I
cancer.
saw that, yeah.
So I'm going to bring lots of tissues, and I will bring all of the dish from the show because I know a lot of you. I know it's not your show, Tom, but a lot of your listeners love the show.
What?
You don't like it. I know. I get
What
it.
show?
Dancing with the Stars.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, and this season is like very controversial because they've got like who was it, Adrian Peterson on?
He was voted out last week,
Yeah.
and then Jamie Lynn Spears was voted out a few weeks ago. And the viewers are like couldn't stand either of them. They kind of coordinated to make sure that they would both get voted out early.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
Is
They coordinate like in Reddit chats and on Twitter and things like that, and make sure that they say we're going to throw all of our votes to these certain contestants this week so that Jamie Lynn or Adrian will get less votes and they will go home.
That's wild. Was Adrian or Jamie Lynn like great dancers that got wrongly voted out because of this?
No, they were never in contention for the Mirabelle Trophy. So but I do think that their background made for, there were some arguments back and forth over whether Dancing with the Stars should have cast them in the first place.
You know that every time you mention the word dance, I picture William Frawley, Fred Mertz. I won't dance, don't ask me. Remember that when he was invited to be, I don't know, he and his lovely wife. One of the greatest shows of all time, I Love Lucy. I love that show.
Yeah, we've got a big history in our house with that. So
I Love Lucy.
well, yeah, my husband. He's like the official Desi Arnaz impersonator.
Yeah, indeed.
For the estate. So he does a lot of shows with Desi or as Ricky Ricardo.
Lucy, can he do that, Ro? Lucy.
He can do the whole thing. If you want him to come on and sing Babalu, he can
I
do
would
it.
love to have him on and sing Babalu. Tell him line up for later
All
on
right.
in the week.
Yeah, we've got the congos and everything in our house. We got the costume. We got the full thing. He can do his like Ricky hair.
Does he play the congos?
He can. I mean, he doesn't play them really well, but he can do it enough for Babalu.
Oh, that is so great.
Yeah.
And I know I've told this joke a billion times, but it's my favorite Fred Mertz joke. William Frawley played the neighbor, Fred Mertz, Fred and Ethel Mertz. And they came over to Lucy and Desi's house. And Ethel started to talk about how popular she was in high school. Right? Mm-hmm. And she said, well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's not that I'm not happy with Fred. I am happy with Fred, but I'll be very, very honest. When I was in high school, The boys were buzzing around me like bees. Pause. Well, then how come I'm the one that got stung? One of the greatest lines in the history of television. All right, we'll see you guys later.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds great. We'll be back
Nice
in
meeting
5
you, Mary.
Nice meeting you. Take care.
I knew you two get along really well. There's no doubt about it.
I'll follow you on Instagram. Bye.
Talk to you in 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
All right. Welcome to the family with Tevin Pittman,
Ralph W. Bashioum, MD, Hackmaster,
and Andy Barnard.
Perfect. Tom is getting his steps in, but we'll kick things off and wait for him to get back. Ralph, how have you been? What have you been up to?
Yourself?
Anything new?
Not much. Yeah, just talking to Mary Mack. Just that she's a fascinating person with diverse interests, certainly.
Yeah, I could listen to her talk just based off of her accent.
Yeah.
For as long as she wants to talk. It's like one of the most pleasant Minnesotan accents I've ever heard.
Tim, have you ever seen Solar Opposites?
No, I have not. What is it? Is it
That's Mary Mack's show. She's
really?
She's the lead, and it's a Justin Roiland who's the Rick and Morty guy.
Now she's allowed to do interviews for that because of with the SAG strike. Apparently so. Then right?
She didn't talk about it a ton. She just talked about it a little. Just said,
yeah. You know what? That's the whole thing with this strike. It's so. I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, you can have. Actors can go to conventions and sign autographs, but they can't do panels to talk about the show. I mean, it's just really, really crazy stuff at this point. But no, I'd like to see it. I know she's done some other voice work for some other shows.
Yeah, and I think she said that she was able to talk about it because it's an animated show.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, that's great. Yeah, I don't want to see her get into trouble.
We're not trying to get her in any trouble whatsoever.
No. Hey, only 2 words for me today, though, baby. Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
The Vikings are on their way.
You know what? I didn't catch 1 second of the game because it's on ESPN, right? But
it's on ABC. Because ABC, I guess, doesn't have enough content. I believe is the reason they ended up putting the game on ABC because of that strike. They were running into some issues, so yeah, they put it on ABC as well.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I cut the cable, or the cord, so I only have my digital antenna, which does not pick up ABC.
It doesn't?
No, it's weird. But you got to remember, Ralph, I'm in the sticks, so maybe that has something to do with it. But you know what? Honestly, I haven't watched a lot of the Vikings this year just because I kind of feel like I am the albatross around their neck. Every time I watch them, they really fumble the ball, so to speak.
Well, it's
so maybe it's a good thing that I avoided it last night.
It's definitely not you, because if you haven't watched much this year, they've still done a lot of fumbling. So
did they do some fumbling last night again?
Oh, the first play of the game was an interception, or like second play of the game for the Vikings was an interception. So,
God. Well, they won. Hey.
Yeah. Well, get your room in Vegas now, because
Super Bowl. Is that where the Super Bowl is going to be?
Yes.
Year? Wow.
And Las Vegas is going to be one of the regular rotations for the Super Bowl. So it'll be like Miami, New Orleans, Vegas. So when they're not in the new stadium that needs to be showcased, they'll rotate through these stadiums. I think
what you're saying is Minnesota is forever out of the running since of the sub-zero temperatures when they had it here.
There you go. No one wants to be in a stadium like that or be outside the stadium when it's just bitter cold in February. But yeah, I think it should be in Vegas all the time because it has the rooms, has the added entertainment. You don't have to ship in hookers for everybody because they're all there.
Ship in hookers.
You bring them over from the east side.
I see what's on Ralph's mind.
Yeah.
But that's what they do. There's a large number of women who choose men, I'm certainly men too, who prostitute themselves, that choose to come into a community for the event. I mean, it's a demand. Certainly, there's a demand there, just like for the drugs, for alcohol, and for everything else. And they fly in, and there'll be a large contingent there for sale, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter to me where it's held. It's just that. I live to see the day where the Vikings actually get there and win. I'm not interested in them saying, "Oh, we were in another Super Bowl." They got to win this time, baby. Yeah. But again, of course, I was being facetious about this year's Super Bowl. But hey, man, it's pretty impressive. If you beat San Francisco, that's pretty damn impressive. I will say that.
I didn't see it coming at all, Timmy. I'll tell you that. I had no hope that they would beat San Francisco.
Did you watch the game at all?
I did. Catherine, you know what's funny about that? I brought this up earlier. because I was not going to watch the game because like I don't want to watch the Vikings get slaughtered again. They were what 2-4, going into the game. And I'm like, oh God, Catherine says, no, we're watching the Viking game. I'm like, oh okay, yes, dear.
If you say so.
If you say so.
Well, I was telling everybody my antenna didn't pick up ABC, so I cut the cord. I wasn't going to subscribe to ESPN Plus just to see the game, or if they even have it on that. But
I think it was on ESPN. I think
it was. Yeah. So I mean, but the truth be told, and I was telling everybody just before you sat down, I haven't watched many of the games this year. I just not into it. I mean, yes, I was following the progress. I was clicking into NFL.com, and when I went to bed, I was asking Alexa for updates on the score, and that was about the only way.
That was it.
And then I fell asleep, and then when I woke up, I forget what time in the morning, early morning it was, I asked Alexa, and I was quite confused. I thought, am I dreaming? The Vikings actually won? But hey, I'll take it. It's fun.
I thought it was a great game.
Just be competitive this year. That's all I want.
Well, Tevin nailed it too. He said right at the beginning of the game, they got intercepted. And like, oh, here we
go again.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but now they go to Lambeau next week, correct?
Yep. Which we should be able to win that game.
Yeah. Just gotta,
And the crowd's behind.
Nothing's a sure thing with the Vikings ever.
No, that's true. Except for they're going to break your heart at the end of the season, one way or the other.
There's the consistency right there, isn't it? The one and done sort of deal.
It's been a while now.
But I couldn't believe that Detroit got its ass kicked over the weekend.
I know. They got slaughtered too, didn't they?
I kind of have a soft spot for Detroit because, like us, they've never been in the Super Bowl. I mean, I know they won national championships before the AFL and the NFL merged and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm for the underdogs, and and it's interesting how they put our two games against them as like the 15th and 17th game or something weird like that. That I don't know. I don't understand scheduling, why you would schedule them that close together, but maybe they anticipated a battle for the title, and those two games would make it more exciting. And it could end up being that way. I mean, certainly Detroit showed it had some sort of weakness by getting its ass kicked the way they did. But
indeed.
Yeah. Well, with the scheduling, because they used to do it where they just kind of scheduled all the games kind of more at random. And then at the end of the year, they found that teams were sitting players because they were out of playoff contention or whatever else. They try to put more division games at the end, so that way you still have to play all your good players and can't rest anybody going into the playoffs.
Yeah. It's hard to say with that. I mean, and this whole idea of getting rest because your team has a bye. I mean, you're taking them out of some sort of rhythm that they have. Yeah. And I don't know if that's did the Vikes, did they have a bye last year?
Nope. I think the last game of the season we might have sat some players because it was locked in, but we didn't, definitely not a bye in the playoffs. We just got our asses kicked by
the Giants, by the 1-6 Giants. I mean, talk about a team that's falling apart. So another year, another heartbreak, as Tommy says.
Timmy, I got to ask you a couple of things. That I brought this up to Kristyn Burt this morning. That new Frasier show was phenomenal.
I still have to check that out. The truth of the matter is that I've always loved Kelsey Grammer. I think he's terrific. But truth be told, I mean, I wasn't a diehard Cheers fan. I wasn't a diehard Frasier fan. So it's not like I was waiting with bated breath for this reboot. Although whenever I watched it, I was really entertained. I mean, I kind of look at it now like, why didn't I? Why wasn't I into this as much? I don't know. I think also back then, during that, I solely concentrated on movies and just kind of never had time to really invest into a series. So I guess, what do you like about it this time around? I mean, what's different? Is there anything different, or just the same thing? Which, again, I thought the original show and the spinoff, they were great. I just never watched them consistently.
No, it is a different show with different people on it. He's he kind of switched up his life, and he constantly talks about Harvard and And he has a son that he battles all the time because his son's kind of jealous of his fame because he's very wealthy and famous and all the rest of it. And Kelsey Grammer comes out at one point and goes, one thing I must tell you is I'm very, very proud of having graduated Harvard all those years ago. And I'm sure you, son, enjoyed your day there.
That's good stuff. Yeah, I'll have to tune into it. I really
it's
just on my list. Again, there's so damn many streaming services, so many shows to watch, so many original movies to watch, and I have to recommend one. Bill Burr is just the funniest, and he's not afraid to offend anybody. And he's all in on offending everybody with his new movie, Old Dads, on Netflix.
What's that all about?
He is a late to the game father. He's 51. He's got a 5-year-old kid and a baby on the way. And as he gets his son into private preschool, and that's as sort of a way to get a good recommendation so he can get the kid into a private school after preschool, kindergarten, et cetera, et cetera. But, he's Bill Burr. He's a caveman, essentially, right? He's not afraid to speak his mind. He grew up rough and tumble, and now today everything is touchy-feely and don't offend everybody. So it's about him and his two buddies. Bobby Cannavale is in it, and
I love him too.
Bokeem Woodbine is in it, and they kind of all have that same sort of antiquated deal going on. So it's about the people they're encountering that, again, it's a touchy-feely situation wherever they go. They sell their company to an owner who instantly he's thinking in the millennial what is that? What is the name for Silicon Valley sort of mindset? Kind of a cutthroat guy, and these are the guys that were nose to the grindstone sort of people that appreciated their workers, and right away half of their workforce that they had got fired after they sold their business. So yeah, it's just about them trying to make their way into this new world, which is really, really entertaining stuff.
No question. Just now I heard this boom and I went, God, what are they doing in the hall? It wasn't the hall. It was a thunderstorm that's going on right now.
Really? Well, it's sunny in my neck of the woods. Well,
yeah, look at that.
Clouds are starting to come in. So yeah, I mean, look, if you're offended by stuff not being politically, if you like politically incorrect stuff, you're going to love this. But again, it kind of tackles the whole everybody is offended by everything sort of mindset that's going on.
When is that going to stop? I'm a victim. I'm offended. It's the white world is horrible.
Yeah. So you got to see it then. You got to see it. I mean, and it's so funny because we become so conditioned by this that some of the things that normally I might have laughed at 10 years ago, it's like, whoa, well, man, he went there, so it kind of reminds you, it's a throwback. I mean, it really is a throwback to probably, I don't know if the R-rated comedies, were there any really big R-rated comedies in the 90s? I mean, because I'm thinking more 70s and 80s.
Yeah, that's true.
But the 90s had American Pie, correct? I mean, that pushed it. But how many films have really pushed it these days?
Yeah, not a lot. And I mean, I saw the preview because this movie came up in like my For You whatever on Netflix. And preview, it looks exactly like his stand-up. They just made a movie about it. Like, it looks like it's going to be hilarious. I'm very excited to watch it.
Yeah, well, he not only stars in it, Tevin, he also co-wrote it and directed it.
Okay, so yeah, that explains a lot then.
Yeah. So exactly. I mean, because obviously, yeah, they gave him carte blanche on this movie. I mean, they said, do your thing. Clearly, Netflix weren't afraid of that. It might have been different if it were made by a studio, but Netflix, obviously, they're still trying to break their way in. They're still the odd person out, I guess, and obviously this whole streaming situation and not paying residuals has, met the ire of some actors, although people seem to still be making movies for them, don't they?
Yeah, they do. What is that all? Why? Mary Mack just in the studio for the first for the last hour, and she was talking about some of the residuals from the doing cartoon voiceover. It's just not a lot of money in some of that.
Well, it's with streaming, it's non-existent, and unfortunately, that's sort of the only avenue that is available to performers these days, with whether it be voiceover or whether it be actors, because obviously in the broadcast system, it was a different deal when you're licensing your content to networks where that residual system was set up. But as we all know, network stuff is kind of going away. I mean, it's going away. Cable has been weakened by streaming. So the Netflix of the world, the Disney Pluses, the HBO Max / Maxes of the world, they don't play by those rules, and that's why that's one of the big reasons the actors are still on strike, because there are no residuals. So, but they're not getting any advertising money either, so that's why they're resisting.
Yeah.
Although Netflix, I think they do have a pay tier right now. So if you only have a service that you subscribe to, then that's the only revenue they have coming. I'm not defending the streamers. They should be paying these. If you're replaying Breaking Bad and Aaron Paul says, I haven't received 1 cent from that, that's a problem. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the problem should be whoever sold that content to Netflix should be paying the actors and the filmmakers or whoever. So the streamers are screaming, hey, we're only making money from subscriptions. We don't make ad money, and that's why we don't pay residuals. And well, you're gonna have to change your model then, I guess.
Yeah, really no one speaks that the representation of the actors and the writers have let this pass and have not introduced the fact that, hey, we need to get some residuals from this. This should have happened 5-10 years ago.
Yeah.
When this started happening, when these shows are going on the streaming services, their representation didn't say anything. That they didn't negotiate a contract, or they just said, here, sign this contract. They didn't. It was a carte blanche for the studios. And I think a lot of it, the actors don't necessarily know the ins and outs of this, or can't anticipate the ins and outs of this. That's why you pay your representation. That's why you pay their 50% and 10% to your agent and your manager for those sort of things, and your lawyer. I mean, they pay you pay a lot of money into those people's pockets for this sort of service, and they just didn't give it to them.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of actors are suffering now, because you're right. There are so many fees, that pie that they get is divided up in so many different ways that they don't have the money for themselves anymore. But the other problem I think they're going to face here is that you're right. 10 years ago, who would have ever seen this thing coming with streaming? So now they're not going to negotiate a lifetime contract, because obviously things change. Imagine how much things will change after they finally strike a deal. And let's hope it's soon. It'll be for 3 years. Then they're going to go back to the bargaining table, and something else is going to come up, and they're going to want a piece of that or whatever. I mean, it's a really complicated situation. I think streaming has really, really changed the way the business has been run, or runs now, I should say.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm glad I'm not an actor right now, because I think a lot of them are suffering, man. No money coming in, not working for over 100 days, and whoo.
I don't know how big a strike fund they had, but
Well, Clooney came up with this idea, and I don't want to talk about too much because I didn't read into it too much, but they wanted to kick in some money, like $150 million over 3 years to help, defray these the residual costs for Netflix. But then Fran Drescher says, that doesn't have any bearing on the contract that we're trying to deal with. I have to look a lot more into it. Whatever the case may be, the idea didn't fly.
Why did she use her acting voice to do the negotiation?
Yeah. Okay. Give us what
send her, and that'll shorten the negotiation.
I'm going to talk like this until you give me a deal.
We need a deal.
Oh, God, can you imagine that? Ooh, that would be hard to put up with. No question.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have talked with her. I mean, I interviewed her once in person. She came to the Mall of America back when Planet Hollywood was here. And it's just always funny when you just know somebody for this. And then when you talk to them, they're just a normal person, just talking. And yeah, pretty wild.
Is Planet Hollywood
she's
doing
been
anything?
I think a lot of I think probably now you're going to get some membership, especially ones that aren't getting any money and they're probably restless, but she's really taken a hard line in this whole thing. And I know at first she's been, widely praised or was widely praised for her leadership of the guild. But, after a while, again, when you're facing default on your mortgage and all that sort of stuff, you just kind of leaning into more of a let's just get this damn deal done sort of thing. But I don't know.
I guess any great new things coming up on television?
Well, actually on Friday, there is a new Netflix movie. It attacks the opioid crisis, but in a much different way. It's called Pain Hustlers. And it's got Chris Evans and Emily Blunt in it, Andy Garcia. And it's about a startup. This is based on a true story. Startup that the salespeople engaged in some shady tactics. And they said, hey, this is the way they do it in this industry, where they pay doctors, quote unquote, speaker fees. Yeah. And basically they're bribing the doctors with cash to write the prescriptions, because once they start writing the prescriptions, then the money starts coming in. So I don't know how you feel about that, Ralph. It'll be interesting. Would you see that based on my short summary of the plot there?
Well, I have a very difficult time whenever they try to pin the problem with fentanyl and the illegal use of fentanyl on the physicians. All of the narcotic addicts in America are not a result of the pain pills that physicians prescribe.
Right.
Some are, and there are some physicians that are really bad actors. And we have systems in place that should be able to censor those physicians so that they no longer prescribe. Because if you prescribe chronically to a patient, you get a notification via the state board that says, hey, this person's getting multiple prescriptions in multiple areas. You need to know about this, and they should be able to take action, but they don't. They're spineless in this sort of thing. So there's not actions are taken against physicians who are chronically prescribing, and they know it's in a database. They should be able to hit a button and say, hey, Jim over here, he's prescribing, 30 prescriptions or 50 prescriptions or 1,000 prescriptions every month for fentanyl, or not for fentanyl, but for a Percocet or one of the other strong narcotics. Well, that guy should be talked to, or his license should be pulled. So you can't do that.
Well, it's interesting. I talked with the director, David Yates, yesterday about the movie, and he directed the Harry Potter movies. And he said, enough of the fantasy. I want to get into something more hard hitting. And yes, it is this drug. The name of the company is based on is called Insys, INSYS. And some people actually from that company did go to jail over this, which is something you haven't seen a lot with. I don't think any of the Sacklers have done any time. They seem to, they're not blaming, David Yates doesn't blame the individuals. He blames the system for allowing it. And they liken it like you're driving a car and you're going 67 in a 65. So you're breaking the law, but most likely, since you're just a little bit out of bounds, nobody's going to raise a ruckus. But yeah, it is a fentanyl-laced pain medication that they're peddling. So naturally, eventually, yes, people become addicted and people die. But I think this one really kind of pinpoints the people that are gaming the system from the sales standpoint and these schemes that they get into to sell this medication. And again, to whether they're cajoling doctors into doing it or whatever. So it's not so much an indictment of the doctors with this one. It's more of an indictment on the sales rep and the links that they will go to sweeten deals if they get doctors to sign on, to these, to writing these prescriptions. So, it's a really interesting movie. In a way, it kind of reminded me of The Big Short, if you've seen that movie. So yeah, it's entertaining, but it's hard hitting. It's, just done very creatively in that sort of way. Not as dour, I should say, and for right reason dour, but as Dope Sick or what was the one? There was another one on Netflix recently where Matthew Broderick played the Sackler guy. You know, so it's sort of lighter up until the last act when the train goes off the rails.
God, that's so amazing that though the Sackler family got away with selling billions of dollars.
Oh yeah.
And not one of them went to jail.
They had the cash.
They had the cash. That's exactly right.
You know, if you have enough money, you know, you're too big to go to jail.
Well,
it's all money. Everything's money now. Everything.
Well, in this case, I mean, granted, this was a startup on the verge of bankruptcy, and obviously they got out of that once the sales started skyrocketing. But apparently, the principals involved in this, kind of a spoiler, but since this is public knowledge, you can go read about it anywhere. There were people that actually went to jail in this particular instance, but you know, when you're talking, the one that was most penalized was 5 years and would probably end up serving it in a country club. Is that real justice? You know?
Right.
So, I mean, even the sentences that are handed out, the very few of them are so lenient that, again, I guess the only way you feel any sort of satisfaction is to have Netflix or Hulu, in the case of Dopesick or whoever, call out these scumbags that are doing this stuff, and so you get satisfaction from it. But again, that doesn't mean they're going to go to jail after this stuff airs. No, they'll just deny it or whatever, and just keep on going, living the life they've been living. You know?
Yeah. Well, that reminds me, because Netflix did the documentary, The Pharmacist, a couple of years ago, that it was in New Orleans, and a doctor was giving out, I believe it was Oxy prescriptions, like to the highest bidder, and like a local pharmacist whose son had died from pain pills ended up like doing research and figuring out that this lady had like lines of people outside her office at midnight because she was essentially just a licensed drug dealer.
Right.
Yeah.
But the number of people who die from narcotics generally aren't from pills. They're from illegal fentanyl usage. Now, those people may have been led there starting off with pills, but you know, those statistics aren't really clear because narcotics are narcotics, and people are using a lot more heroin now, with smoking heroin rather than injecting heroin. You know, that drug has come back quite a bit, so you can get addicted to narcotics through a lot of avenues. And the bad guys, you know, they love to get that fentanyl in there because that fentanyl is one of the best drugs to give you a buzz. It crosses the blood-brain barrier and gives you a nice high. But it's really short. It's really short, so it's perfect for addiction.
So, and that's still all made pretty much in China, is it not?
Yeah, China, Mexico. It's a pretty simple drug to make or manufacture. And that's the other thing. It's not an agricultural product like opium and heroin. It's a synthetic drug. So you just get the chemicals and you just make the drug. That's all you got to do.
Why would anyone see? I grew up and there were drug dealers in my neighborhood as a kid. Never had any interest in doing that. None.
And I don't know, you know, what the draw is, because when I was a kid,
I don't either.
I never saw the draw to that either. What I really saw was the danger in using illicit drugs. You know, I said you can't trust these people. Right. I don't care how hippie they look. You know, I don't care if they're selling you that marijuana. You have no idea what's on that marijuana. You have no idea whether they've sprayed paraquat or any kind of an insecticide on that to get the bugs out, because they want the bud.
Yeah.
And if you have you can't trust people. You know, they would cut heroin. People using IV heroin, they would cut it with ground up China.
Yeah. Oh God!
Because it was this brilliant white color. It looked really good. So they would draw this stuff up. You'd inject this China, and it goes into your lung, give you interstitial pneumonitis. I mean, it ruins your lungs. And you know, you hear about that sort of stuff, and I just sort of sensed that whenever I was in not grade school, but in junior high, when they started talking about this, I said, hey, I don't know if I want any parts of this. It's like when they showed you the lungs of somebody been smoker. It was all there, all black and solid. And I go, hey, I don't know, that's pretty good evidence to me not to smoke.
Yeah. Or like it was always the meth before and after pictures for me.
There you go. That'll take the edge off.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Faces of meth. Yeah.
Yep. Timmy had to go, Andy.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah,
I thought so. Yeah, he dropped off. He had to go. He
had another interview probably, or
he does indeed. He has another duty to perform on Tuesday. So,
well, I wish we had wish I had an understanding as to why you didn't use drugs or choose to use drugs.
Nope.
I didn't choose to use drugs. I didn't choose to approach that, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why. Why certain people choose it, and it maybe have to do with just the basic difference in individuals and how they respond to drugs. Some people, when they drink, they get a euphoria, they feel good. Other people go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you just go to sleep, well, you can't drink too much because you're asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Other people with narcotics. Some people get sick. Other people get a euphoria, get a buzz out of it, and it may be just in that basic kind of thing, and that's why we have a problem with alcohol. That's why we're going to have a problem with psychedelics. That's why we're going to have a problem with marijuana. There's going to be people who are not physically necessarily addicted to it, but people are going to smoke a pack of marijuana cigarettes every single day when it becomes available. Or two
pack?
Oh, sure.
That's a lot. That's a lot of weed.
But people
You'd be like Snoop Dogg. But yeah, I get what you're saying. There's like people get in. I feel like it kind of starts with you either get that early exposure of like a romanticization of the drug, or you get the fear of it. Like if you see the meth before and after pictures, and you're like, "Oh, that's gross."
I
but
have
if you,
zero interest in meth.
or
all
any
my
hard
associations
drugs
with meth are negative.
But the thing about the drugs is that we were legalization of marijuana. We're projecting the fact that, hey, someone wants to smoke. Some guy finishes up work, and he wants to have a couple of tokes in his garden or out even on the beach. To have a couple of tokes, just relax a little bit, take the edge off. That's one thing. But there are going to be people who are going to smoke it chronically all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we don't know. The problem is that we don't know how many people are going to do that.
Yeah. And there's no way to it's not like alcohol testing where if you get pulled over, you can take a breathalyzer and right there on the spot. Like if you are high, you still drive different, you operate different out in the everyday world. But yeah, like you're saying, if it's, end of the day, I'm going to take a little gummy because it helps me relax and go to bed, go for it. But yeah, the people that smoke and now I go about my day out in public, I'm like, how do you do that? I would be a mess.
I know.
It's
like people who start drinking at 8 a.m.
Oh,
it's like if I took a shot at 8 a.m.
Let's not get hard. I don't know that.
That's where I draws the line.
That is an interesting point, though, Andy, because it's like when I was a kid, there were drugs all around.
Yeah.
Everybody had drugs. I had no interest in it. As a matter of fact, I started out just drinking beer when I was 11, and I drank beer through my teens and all the rest of it. Then when I got a little older and started making some money, I started drinking wine, but I was never even a whiskey guy. I had no interest in doing hard liquor, drugs, none of that stuff. A little beer and wine, that would do it, right?
Yeah. I don't know. We have a horrific problem on our hands with regards to narcotics and everything, and I wish I could come up with some idea of what kind of a solution you'd come up with. We could do the China thing. If you have drugs on you, they take you out in the street, extrajudicial, boom, shoot you.
What?
That's what China did. That's kind of
recently?
No, this was years ago. But the Philippines, that's what they did in the Philippines.
Philippines, yeah, they're doing that right now.
The Philippines, they do that. They go in and say they suspect a bunch of people in the house have drugs. They kill them all.
Yeah, if you're a drug dealer, you're dead.
That's it.
Really?
Yep.
You got to get that going here. That'd be great.
You have the option to turn yourself in.
Right.
They don't kill you. But if they catch you and you're with illicit or illegal behavior, they kill you. It's extrajudicial killings.
It's Duterte, right?
Yeah, Duarte. He was, and I don't know if they voted him out. I think they did, but it's a draconian solution, and it's not you can't do that. I mean, I'm not suggesting that you just can't do that. That's just not America. That's not a civilized society. But that may be the only solution to this. It's just terrible. You got to do something about the demand. We've never done anything about the demand. There's your problem.
How do people get talked into that? Because you have no idea, as you've already pointed out, you have no idea what you're actually ingesting.
Nope.
No, that's why I would never take anything off the street.
God, no.
You don't know if someone put a drop of fentanyl on there. If they did, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
Or they put not a drop, they put thousands of a drop. And then you get to like that. And if you smoke you get some weed off the street and have a little fentanyl in that.
Yeah.
When you come down from your weed, you're not coming down just from you feel a little sick, you feel a little rocky. You say, man, maybe if I have a couple more tokes, you get that narcotic high again, and you don't come down from that. And my dad went through withdrawal twice, narcotics withdrawal twice because of pain pills he took legitimately.
Oh yeah.
And I just remember hearing about that. I go, "Ugh." And he was bad sick for a couple of days when I was around one time. So.
Yeah, and with not knowing like what people put in stuff, I remember there was a comedian friend of mine that lived out in LA, and she was at this, some party, and they were all doing coke, and it turned out that it was all laced with fentanyl.
Yeah,
and
that'll kill you.
like 3 people died.
Yep.
She was in the hospital. So you never know what people are putting in things you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
And why would you do it? That's the whole thing.
I'm like, no, I'm not. No.
Well, it's
not worth the risk.
Maybe it's risky behavior. Maybe it's excitement, the intense excitement of this risky behavior that you're undertaking. I wish I understood.
But how is exciting to put your own life on the line?
Well, why do people skydive?
Yeah,
why do
people do it all
people
the
fly
time.
helicopters?
I
Why
guess.
do people do all sorts of goofy? Why do people ice climb? Why do people hang glide? I mean, it's just there's a thrill to it. That it's a real risk.
Yeah, and a lot of people too are like, oh, I only do it when I'm drinking, or I'll get talked into it, like smoking cigarettes or something like that. So I feel like that also leads to when you're in that kind of party atmosphere, and then somebody goes, oh, you want to do this bump of coke or go do whatever, and you're just like,
I want to ingest this line of mysterious powder.
Yeah, exactly.
Snort this ground up China.
Sounds good to me.
Oh man, I generally feel for people who are addicted and how to get them up from underneath that. I lost a nephew with fentanyl. He just sort of killed himself in his car, or he overdosed in his car, and just that was the end of that. I mean, it's just and it happens all the time. We've had one of my staff members in the office. She lost a daughter over this sort of stuff, and it's like, man.
No, people don't start doing that unless they have a reason to.
Yeah.
And usually that's, they got problems in their life that they think, if I can just numb myself a little bit, then I can get through this.
Yeah, but I really, do you really think that's most of the people?
I think so.
I think that's a good portion of it. And obviously, everybody's going to have their own reasons. You hear stories all the time too of people that like, I thought I was going to smoke weed with somebody, and it turns out it was laced with XYZ drug.
Oh, yeah, and then you get physically addicted. You have no choice at that point, basically.
Or people will be like, well, I used to drink all the time, and I needed something that hit harder. I used to smoke weed, but I need something that, so they're like always looking for that next level of a high.
So we're going to buy into the fact that weed's the entry drug,
No, I'm not saying anything like that. But the people that are always kind of like trying to see
the addictive personality. Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, gateway drugs are very real. Weed and alcohol are the main ones. If you have like a very addictive personality, you should never touch anything.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to make you start spiraling.
And I don't think that it's necessarily weed or alcohol that are like the direct, like because you drink now, you're going to try and smoke heroin. But I think because it's just the easiest to get right away. Like in high school, I could have probably never found heroin or anything like that, but it was
not over in Wisconsin.
No, but it was very easy to get, alcohol or weed if you wanted. And if you're somebody that was naturally predisposed to do drugs, then you're going to be your entry point for 99% of Americans. And then whoever wants to go on to harder stuff is going to choose to do that.
We'll find it.
Yeah.
But I think that heroin is around. You didn't look for it.
And like looking back, where I grew up was like the meth capital of Wisconsin. Like it was a small town called Nye, and it was like every third house was like a meth.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
And you know what? I was told when we had a home there, we rented a home for a couple of months. You know what the Northern California meth capital is?
What's that?
Napa.
Really?
Napa. That's
They
supposed
got
to be
wine and they got meth.
They got meth there and drugs. Well, people come in there to vacation.
Yeah.
They're gonna have a little bit of wine and maybe they want a little something extra.
I didn't realize that meth paired well with wine. But
I don't know. That's what I was told. I was told either by law enforcement there or somebody else. Oh, this is the meth capital of Northern California.
Literally, all I know about meth is that it turns you into a toothless maniac.
Yes.
Like I have zero. Most drugs, it's like there's some positive association culturally. It's like, cocaine for high-powered businessmen. You want to do something for 3 days, take some cocaine. Heroin makes you feel good. Alcohol makes you feel good. Meth, I've got none of that. For me, meth is just like all bad.
Yeah.
Oh, meth makes you feel good.
That's
That
what-
gives
but
you
I
that
like-
euphoria. It gives you a euphoria like there and no other.
But when
That's
you
the reason.
watch people on meth, they don't seem like they feel very good.
Yeah, there's no like social campaign like back when they
Right.
tried to make like cigarettes cool
Yep.
or drinking cool. Like there's no like, hey, let's make meth fun.
No, meth
Commercials on
it
TV.
doesn't look fun. It
No.
doesn't look pleasant. It just seems to be bad for everyone.
Yes.
We have Joe on the phone.
I knew you were going to call Joe because you just celebrated an anniversary, brother.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I did. 3 years sober yesterday.
There you go. I said, we're going to be hearing from Joe on this one because he's 3 years in, baby. Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you very much.
So what's happening on your end?
Oh, not much. GM, the union just sent GM in Arlington, Texas out on strike.
Jesus, is this ever going to end?
Well, it depends on if we're going to, if they're going to stop screwing us.
Yeah.
'Cause all we're really asking for is what we gave up in 2008.
Right. Right.
And, you know, like Sean says, every time they say there's no more bullshit, they come back a couple days later with a little more. So they've got more. They can give more. They just don't want to.
But I don't understand why do they want to do this to the auto industry? Seriously.
Oh, it's not just us. Blue Cross Blue Shield up in Michigan is on strike right now too.
Yep. There's a lot of people on strike.
So is the casinos up there, and I guess I haven't heard anything about Vegas, but they were supposed to go on strike last week. Now people are sick of the corporations making all this money and screwing us. You know, if it wasn't for building your industry on our backs, you wouldn't have this multi-million-dollar job.
No, you're absolutely right. And I tell you, the other thing about that is you look now, and I never thought I'd say this the first time I'll ever say it, and I don't know if I'll say it again, but now, because of the world the way it is, $1 billion is not that much money anymore. You got to have 250 billion.
I mean, $1 billion is still a lot of money.
I
don't know
take
if I
it,
can.
yeah.
don't
I
know
mean,
if
we
can
take
get-
it. Don't get me wrong, we take it. But for these big hitters, man, it doesn't mean shit to them.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
a
yeah.
billionaire isn't like it used to be, where it's like
No.
you got
Yeah.
enough money to control the planet.
Right. Well, think of it this way. Car prices have gone up since 2008. Auto workers' wages have not.
Right. Right.
So for people to be blaming us for their car prices going up, they need to stop and actually stop listening to mainstream media and what they tell people, because they always get it wrong. Like last week, I listened to the news one night, and it was right after KTP went out on strike. They said that the auto workers have caused, or the strike has caused the economy $5 billion in lost sales or whatever. 12 hours later, it was up to $8 billion. It's like, well, wait a minute. In a month, it took them a month to lose $5 billion. You lose $12 billion in 8 hours or 12 hours. How's that right?
Yeah. How is that right? It's a good question. Do you guys see an end to this coming anytime soon, or is this going to drag on for a long time?
Yeah, it's going to keep going.
Yeah.
It's going to keep going until they finally crack. I mean, to sit there in quarter after quarter after quarter, sit there and go, we made record profits. We made record profits. Well, we're on the front lines making those record profits to the people. And it's basically a kick in the teeth.
God, it just amazes me, the world right now. Nobody's happy. Everybody's a victim. Everybody's on strike. Is anything going well right now?
Hey, like I said, I've been sober for 3 years.
Yeah, that's a good part.
There you go.
That is a good part.
I haven't taken anti-nausea medication in 5 days, so hey, there
There
you
you
go.
go. You're fine.
You're over the
My
hump.
life's
Awesome.
my life's actually going pretty well.
Now
Aside
you
from
sound like your old man.
Yeah,
too.
aside
That's a
from my-
crackly voice.
not so good health. Other than that,
What the hell? What are you going to do? I don't know. Like I said, is anybody happy about anything?
No, and I want to say like because the people that are on strike, I mean, obviously they're not happy with their work situation, but it's also just like realizing that like, oh, we have been getting taken advantage of for so long that it's like we're not asking for something that's unreasonable. You're asking for something that is that you're owed.
Right.
Yeah, but
Kevin, the thing is, we've been asking for this for the past 12 years.
God.
Every single time the contract comes up, we tell them what we want. And the old guys that were in charge of the union just said, no, and shoved this down our throat. There'd be a couple of times that plants in Michigan, the vote would be like something like 56 against. And then suddenly it's, well, no, it's 56-4. It's like, well, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Now, that's why there's now a couple guys sitting in prison.
Ooh. I suppose that's true. Well, Joe, enjoy your what are you going to do to celebrate this weekend? Your 3 years.
I got a cold, man. I ain't doing nothing.
All right. Well, that's not a bad. Well, keep calling in. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Have a good day, sir. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Joe calling in with 3 years of sobriety. He's done a hell of a job with that.
Yeah, the cold's really ripping through the country. Everyone. I'm like the last person that I know to have it.
Everybody else got it already.
Well, Ethan got it, and then he gave it to Melissa, and now I got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
I'm glad I didn't get it last week because active surgery recovery plus a cold would be pretty
misery. Yeah, you'd be in the hospital. I've seen that a couple times.
Yep.
So there's a lot of hatred in the world. A lot of hatred.
Why?
Been, though.
I'm glad you brought that up. Why does everyone hate everyone now?
I don't know. I know. There seems to be a real resurgence of anti-Semitism.
Where is that from? Would you explain that to me?
Not a clue.
I don't get
not a clue. You know, I think this is a 5,000-year-old problem.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
And for whatever reason, people view people that are Jewish. It makes no sense to me. That, you know, they may have had control of business and things like that, and the people viewed that they were being that's kind of the sense I got from my family when the Jewish family moved in. They opened a store because none of the Goyisha could make a store work in their in their community, and they came in, and then they always thought that these people were taking advantage of them. Yeah, no, they're giving you a business service for a store that and as a convenience, and they have to be paid. And there was a resentment to that, like they weren't really doing physical labor; they were just trading goods, and that's not.
But that's what you needed them to do.
I know. Absolutely right.
Work.
That's how stores work. But it's not physical labor. You're not working in the fields. You're not working in the mines. You're not. You know, at that time they had coke ovens. They were making coke with the old coke ovens. Mm-hmm. You know, this was brutal, backbreaking work. But these people were just like, you know, someone would come in here, they'd sell it to you, and then they'd make a profit. And I think there was an animosity to that, to be the skill set to be able to do that and use, to be paid for intellectual work rather than actual manual labor.
Well, a lot of cultures have always traditionally looked down on merchants. Yeah. In Japan's caste society, merchants were the lowest caste of people because they didn't actually produce anything. They just traded with other people.
And the other group that has been subjugated are Armenians. Armenians were huge traders. And they've felt that same animosity. They've gone through a genocide years. I mean, so there's that piece to it, and maybe it's just a natural part of human nature that you don't like those people.
I can kind of understand it if you spent your entire life, killing yourself in the mines.
Yeah,
and then some family comes in and they make 10 times as much money as you, not doing any physical labor at all. You're going to resent something, whether it's them or society or your boss or whatever.
Yeah. It's just the haves and have-nots.
You'll resent something.
And if that is really the root of everything, is you open stores and so now we hate you, that is the dumbest reason to hate anybody I've ever heard of.
Agree.
And I could be 1,000% wrong. But I can't think of any other reason.
Right. No, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying because that probably does have something to do with it where you were just back in the day, a certain culture was smart enough to hey, we could just open this store and sell the stuff and make money.
Right.
So essentially because everybody else didn't think of that idea, now we hate you.
I think it's actually quite simple. Anti-Israel sentiment is you now have one culture of light-skinned people fighting a culture of brown-skinned people. And a lot of people have been trained to think that brown equals good or light equals good.
Mhm.
So there you go. Palestinians must be good because they're darker skinned. Therefore, Israel is bad.
Okay,
I'm
no.
100% certain.
That's exactly what it is.
That is exactly what it
Because
is.
even here, like you'll hear like, oh yeah, it's just like the white man versus the black man. It's like, just
No,
everybody calm down.
not
Like,
at all.
It's not.
Well,
they've
taken advantage of that for about 150
That's how people
years
have been trained to think, though, is everything is about race. So we got the Israelis versus the Palestinians. Israelis look white, therefore it's about white people versus non-white people.
You know, my future daughter-in-law is part black.
Good for you.
And she, well, not good for me. I mean, I had nothing to do with it. There's another cute story.
Oh, you finally made some movement.
Congratulations.
That's great.
And
Glad to
she
hear it.
does not want to lay in the sun to get her skin too dark because she's sensitive about having very dark skin. So she's come from a culture that, you know, and actually she's from El Salvador. So she comes from a culture that somewhere along the line, kind of suggested to her that a darker skin color is not as good as a lighter skin color.
Isn't that amazing?
I can explain that one too. Dark skin means you're an outdoor laborer.
Yeah.
Light skin means you sit indoors all day and you're rich.
Yeah. And well, even in like the black community, I remember when I went to college, it was the first time I was really exposed to it, where you could get a room full of black people and you'd get one that was like you never wanted to be like the darkest person in the room or the lightest person in the room. Cause like everybody made fun of everybody and it'd be like, oh, you're 1159 dark or you're like, are you even black? You're so light. Like, so yeah, even culturally in groups there's hatred and like debates on the color of your skin.
And it's all on skin color.
Yeah,
Why?
Well, I mean, think about how big of an industry the tanning industry is. People going into tanning beds.
Yeah,
White people do
what's
the
that
same
all
thing.
about? So why do white people want to be darker?
Yep.
This is one
White
of the
people
most
want to
odd,
be darker, dark people want to be whiter.
Yep.
That's just human nature.
It's just human nature. And the best looking guys are those guys from Nigeria who have almost blue skin. They are the
other than the four of us.
Oh, those guys. I see them and they are just. You see them on the runway. See the women on the runway, the men on the runway. But you see guys, some of the immigrants. Man, that skin color, I just absolutely.
Oh, well, I have
love.
good news. Just chug some colloidal silver, get some Argyria going.
No, you're not.
Your skin will become blue like a blueberry.
Well, no, not blue. It's so the melanin has a blue tinge to it. It is. They're
Well,
good
first you
looking
get
people.
Argyria and then you get a spray tan.
Spray tan.
There you go.
Did you guys think you'd ever see video of so many college level people saying the most obnoxious, hateful things on earth?
Yes.
So you saw that coming?
Absolutely, for years.
But why do they want to? I don't want to hate anybody. I'd rather hate no one.
Well,
That'd
They're
be
kids. They're dumb.
In the late
Yeah, well,
60s,
they
early
are
70s, they hated the servicemen coming back from Vietnam.
Yeah, they did.
That's
Even though
what
they were
college
drafted and
students.
sent there.
The average college
Yep.
student is what? 20 years old? 20 years old young. It's dumb.
Yeah.
They're stupid.
Well, that's the problem with the world right now. The people, well, they don't even allow you to learn how to read or write anymore. Isn't that unbelievable? Our school system, some of our public school people have said they don't need to learn how to read and write. It's like, what?
That's.
Yeah, they're not doing standardized testing for reading or arithmetic in Oregon anymore. I
Nope.
think.
In
That's
Oregon.
what it
That's
is.
exactly where it started, in Oregon.
Yep.
What is the upside of that?
Not a clue.
They want to keep them stupid?
I guess. Well, a stupid proletariat. You want that proletariat because
exactly.
then you can fertilize the hate. You can
Foment?
Fomenting. Or ferment.
Or ferment, yes.
That hate. So because if you're stupid, that hate, getting people to hate things is very simple. That's
Yes,
just,
it is.
Right.
Very simple.
You know what amazes me about that is when I was 4 years old, and I can't remember who gave it to me, one of our neighbors over at Spruce Place, there was a book that you would open. It was a children's book, and they would read it to you while you were reading it. And that's how I learned to read, because I would just say, oh, that's what they're saying. I mean, it was literally printed on the page, but there was somebody in the little book, obviously a little voice thing, that was reading it back to you. And I learned how to read by doing that for, I suppose, a year and a half. I mean, it's not that hard to learn how to read.
Right.
I don't really understand why they're so against people learning how to read. It's a good thing.
Do any of you remember not being able to read?
No. Nope.
It's interesting because I do. I actually remember the day that I opened up a book and the words were words rather than just like glyphs. on a
Oh,
page.
really?
Yeah.
So what had changed?
Well, I mean, before you learn to read, you can like sound out the letters and everything.
Yeah.
But that's not
Mhm.
really reading so much.
No.
It's like a form of reading. But eventually your brain does this thing where if you look at a word, you can't not read it.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever noticed that if you look at a collection of letters that form a word, it's impossible not to read it because your
Mhm.
brain just does it automatically. And I remember in first grade when that happened, I opened up a book and I was like, these are just like words that I'm reading now. And I'm not even trying. This is like the coolest thing in the world.
Right, you're like, Timmy, do you see this too? Like, do you see these words on
Timmy?
this book? I don't know.
It was like, yesterday I open up this book and it's just a bunch of, I got to be like, cat. But now it's just like, boom, it's cat. I know it instantly.
I wonder if the people like saying like, hey, it's okay if you don't know how to read or write is like stems from not wanting kids to feel different.
I think that's a big
Like
part
where
of
they're
it.
like, hey, it's
Okay, what do
okay
you
that
mean?
you don't know how to read.
Yeah.
No,
You
it's
know,
not.
Right, but they're
Well,
like
can't
trying to
have
like
anyone feel bad.
Yeah, you want everybody to feel the same. So
Yeah.
you got to be like, hey, it's okay. You know,
Exactly.
some people learn on their own. You'll get it eventually.
Well, we're raising a kid right now, and that's like the only thing you ever hear is, whatever he's doing, that's fine. If he's behind, if he's ahead, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything will work out.
Yeah.
Which I
amazing to me.
think to a degree, don't stress about everything, but you also shouldn't be so blasé about your child's development because if they are far behind, then you should do something about it, I think. But it's like, oh no, it's okay. You got the skills of a 2-year-old, even though they're 4. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think at that point, let's get the help that those children
Absolutely.
need.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Get the
wouldn't it?
help that they need.
But you're not really encouraged to because it's like every kid grows at this different rates.
And I don't have a kid, but like I feel like as a parent, you naturally want to see your kid take like steps forward in their development. Like I watched my like little like nephew who's 8 months old and he just crawls around. But I was like jokingly like holding him up, like, let's see if we can teach you how to walk before your parents get back today. So I feel like like there should be like you as a parent, you would want to naturally see your kid develop further and further. So like saying like, hey, it's okay that you don't know how to read. Well, like, why would you not want to teach them how
Yeah,
to
I mean,
read
to a
and help
degree,
them?
it's like, if your kid's not walking at 8 months, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
If your kid's
absolutely.
not walking at 5, that's not fine.
Right.
Right.
There's a range where it stops being acceptable.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just like I said, maybe they should put those books back out because I didn't even know I was going to learn how to read by learning how to read. I had no idea that's what I was doing.
Yeah, well, they have essentially it was just like an early version of like an audio book.
That's exactly what it was. And I just don't understand why we don't do that with math. With there should be audio, but that while you're reading it, it should read along with you. We're doing math, it should do math right along with you.
Well, because that's how some kids learn. Like there's some people learn by doing it, some people learn by just hearing it. Other people like, I have to visualize it. So yeah, you have to kind of touch everybody's hot buttons to teach different subjects.
I always learn by listening. I always had to go to class because me reading, I just was not efficient enough. So I had to go to class.
And I'm the opposite. I'm a learn by doing kind of guy.
Yeah, same.
I
Me
could
too.
listen to the top mind in the world tell me all about this subject. Next day, I would remember nothing.
And that's what I found is that the most stimulating thing for me is to learn by doing.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a real joy.
Mhm.
And I get that in video games.
Yeah, definitely.
In video game, you start a video game and you have no idea how how things work, which buttons to press, what's not to press, what the strategy is, there's all sorts of problems to solve that are part of learning how to actually play the game. And I found that's I do the same thing with gardening, is that the design, the understanding of how to do things, how to order things, all those pieces are really, I find very rewarding.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it. All right, we got a couple of minutes left. Any closing comments?
Oh, go out and learn. Go out and learn and stop.
Out and learn.
And stop hating people so much.
Why they want to do that? I don't want to hate anybody. I really don't. But I've been accused of being racist and horrible, and I had no interest in any of that.
Apparently, Tom Emmer has won the House of GOP vote for Speaker.
Did he really? I'm glad to hear that.
Courtesy of Darren Cotton.
Are we supposed to be happy about that, or am I supposed to?
Well, he needs the House vote apparently still.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know who that is either.
He's very middling. He's one of the few Democrats that were serving in the House at the time that said he agreed that with the Biden group that they did win the election.
Yeah, and if he gets voted
he's a
in,
Republican.
Yeah, and if he gets voted in and everything like goes through as it sounds like it will, like I hope people give him the opportunity to screw up his job before they start hating him.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Give them a legitimate reason to hate
Yes,
him.
yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
Thank
Andy,
you,
he
Jeff.
won. What did he win?
He was selected by the House GOP for the role.
Okay, so the House GOP all voted for him, so they don't have to take another vote.
Yeah, they have to. I think the Democrats need to sign off on it, basically.
But if he's got enough votes, that doesn't matter, does it?
I don't know the state of the House right now. Actually, I don't know. I also don't know if it's a 51% kind of thing or 50% plus one.
Well, I think it's 217 votes. Does it say how many he got?
Yeah, he must attempt to lock down 217 votes. It says.
So they must still be voting.
Let's see.
We can only hope and pray that we get somebody that has just some central sense. And
There are 221 Republicans in the House, so theoretically speaking, the Republicans could shoo him in.
So are they going to do it though?
That is a good question.
When is another vote?
From what I saw, they said it was just happening at some point this morning. So I'd hope it's either
whenever they feel
underway
like it,
now or
apparently.
wrapping up.
Whenever they feel like it. I don't really feel like voting right
when they
now.
get back from lunch.
Yeah.
This ended up being a really, really good thing because Tom Emmer is a very even keel, pretty centrist guy. He's a Republican, yes, but he's a very centrist Republican, like a lot of Minnesotans are actually. So I hope this is going to happen because it'd be great for the state of Minnesota anyway, right? To have somebody that powerful living in our state.
Oh, he's a Minnesotan.
Yep. Yes, he is.
Where's he from?
He's from South Bend, Indiana.
No, where's he in Minnesota?
Oh,
he represents Minnesota.
I think western suburbs. That part.
District 19B, wherever that is.
Does it say? Can anybody find out where District 19B is? Because that'll be
Just
good.
don't tell me it's Wayzata.
Yeah, if it's Wayzata, I'm out.
Oh, what's that all about?
I shouldn't say anything negative about Wayzata. I love Wayzata.
Wasika, Owatonna, Medford.
Okay.
So I don't know where any of those are.
So it's out west, isn't it?
Sure.
Owatonna? I don't know.
Where's Owatonna? I don't even know where that is.
I feel like it's Owatonna South.
Owatonna.
Oh, I didn't grow up here. Everything's north. Everything's north to me. I don't know where.
Oh, it's due west of Rochester.
That's what due west of Rochester. So it is a bit southwest.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that's good. So we're going to find out today if he indeed is going to be the guy, right?
Yep.
All right. That is going to do. I thought it was a hell of a show today. Thank you again to Mary Mack.
What
God,
a
it was
great to
having
talk
her
to her. What a great mind, great comedian, great writer. I mean,
sweetheart of a
gifted.
woman too. But yeah, all our guests today. Jim McMahon did a terrific job. I mean, you got Kristyn Burt coming on. You got Timmy. You got everybody. So have a magnificent day. We'll talk to you tomorrow.